Pfizer shares reverse losses, last up 2%. ECB Stenaris says the downside risks to the Eurozone growth outlook. House Speaker Johnson says if the Senate passes something, the House will come back. House Speaker Johnson says we will not do a December continuing resolution. House Speaker Johnson says putting the continuing resolution into January makes sense. The S&P 500 trims decline to 0.5%, the Nasdaq 100 down 0.9%.
Check 1 2. Oh, I like that. Check 1 2. It's got some weight to it. Check 1 2. What's going on? Hold on one second here, guys. Sorry that I had to take a shower this morning. I was a little late. I was trying to buy Beyond this morning. Sorry, wrong stuff here. Get rid of that. I think I fixed my audio. If anyone knows. Oh, I kind of like that. I like that right there. Oh, yeah, that's nice like that. You see a little. That's my little cock ring right there. So I've been waiting to buy Beyond again. And it's right at a weird place right now. It's let's take a look at it here in just a minute. I'm gonna set an alert down here in just a moment. Make a decision what I'm gonna do. Sorry, I just took a shower. I'm like pretty dirty here. I came home and last night I found out that my hot water heater was off in my home, and my kids didn't say anything to me. So I'm assuming that my kids are dirty. They're like, we didn't even know the hot water. I mean, I got a huge hot water tank, but it tells me that they're dirty. So I had like when I got off with you guys yesterday or late, I think I got off a private stream late last night. I was chatting here. I ended up going down to my basement and looking at it, and I almost ordered the wrong thermostat. I tried to clean it, or not thermostat, thermocouple. I tried to clean it. It didn't work. And I was like, well, might as well just order a couple of them, have a couple on hand just in case. So first, let's get this out of the way. We'll move on to other things. So we'll take a look here at Beyond. So I wanted to see, I was looking for this grind in here. Can you hear that? How can you not hear this? Like, what the fuck is this? See if that'll work. Check 1, 2. I don't know what the fuck this stuff is. And I got a double mic going here. All right, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I guess I fucked up my audio again. There's like new, it's not fucked up, but it's Streamlabs has new audio. So anyways, let's look at this more closely. So my first alert was up here at 267 because I wanted to see if we could break through. So I had a crossing down alert. I wanted to see if we could break through and get down here into where I want to buy. And we finally did this morning. It took a little while. It took a few sessions. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this morning, 8 miserable sessions. Now, I have no interest in this stank below this low over here. This is 52 cents. I have an alert set to buy 78 cents, $1.36, and $1.36, $1.16, and 78 cents. Now, this kind of makes sense to me. Where we are in the full market, where SPOOS is, where Q's is, and coincidentally, no, or not, it's not coincidentally at all, but when it comes to SPY, I actually want SPY to go down a little bit more, another level. I don't know if I'll get that or not, but if I always find it fascinating that these stocks, even these like shitcos, memes, spec growth, that kind of stuff, to some extent match up to what I'm looking for on SPY. This is kind of why I like setting alerts, so I'm not panicking over a few reasons. If I get caught in something like Beyond, I feel good about it. Let's be honest. I'd rather own a piece of shit stock on the lows. Normally, if I can buy them on the lows, I'll at least have a way to get out. You know, even if it's only for a half a day or something, or I don't know, once a month or something like that. They have a basket. Let's say the hedge fund has a basket of a meme stock, and they lay off the shorts that they have. Like they have these meme stock baskets where they short the fuck out of them, buy it all back, short it again, buy it all back, short again, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Was something that was studied during GME. There's some articles done on this, but during the GME thing, a bunch of retailers basically pulled one over on hedge funds. And it was an old school trick, I think, from Volkswagen. I don't think it was Porsche or Volkswagen, but I think it was Volkswagen, where factory workers bought back all the shares and did an infinite squeeze on this car company in Germany. And basically the same thing is what took place at GME. Now, the street sent in, as this was taking place, the street and hedge funds sent their own traders into the GME squeeze to learn about how to make money, how to eat each other, and how to dip their balls in other traders' heads, right? Like, I'm a better trader than you, kind of shit. The streets like that. They're all Chads, right? They're all alpha A-type personalities. So, at any rate, I made my first dip buy here this morning. We bounced down through here. I had some alerts. I don't know why it's not shown in this chart, but I had the alerts this morning. Came back in, bought the open. A nice fat squeeze up here on Beyond. And I haven't decided yet if I'm going to stay in this trade or not. If I do stay in this trade, I'm not going to add on $1.16. I would prefer to add at 78.33. So 0.7833. Had I not bought this morning, I would have waited and probably bought the $1.16 and then DCA'd at 78 cents. Just add 1,000 shares or whatever. I don't do calls on this stuff. If you guys do, I would still like to see a low in this, believe it or not. I'm not a top buyer or a chaser or anything like that. I'm always looking for a discount. The more discount, the better. Now, I have no interest in this stock below 77.8 cents. I'm assuming that these buyers here, or I'm assuming that I'm making an assumption that there's buyers here and that they're sitting right about here. So we may still have some more down to go, but you can kind of see, like, you got a group buyer, band of buyers here, band of buyers here. It's kind of the place to start adding and seeing if this group is going to send this up again or accumulate it. And there can be some time spent down here too. We could end up sitting here for a period of time. Hence, again, why I like to buy these lows is if we're down here parked for a little while, I'm okay with that. I feel fine with it. I don't feel freaked out or anything. Now, Beyond in particular does probably have some kind of risk, either coming out of the market or going to the shit slips, like the pink slips. So hence why I like buying these things on the crappy lows. Now, what do I need to know for myself right now? I want to do this with you so that you can kind of see what I do. I write about this in my Discord. I have a list of rules as to how do I trade these things and what do I think about them and that kind of stuff. Now, this morning we had, in the first half-hour candle, we had, I think, 36 million shares trade, not even traded, just bought. So you can kind of tell where the where the algorithms are, right? Where the buyers are automatically going to buy back shares. So this is a good sign, at least, that we kind of know or think we know where they are. And I would assume those same buyers or algorithmic buying or systematic buying would take place here and down here as well. There's kind of a big drop in here. This $1.16 and this $1.34. So I'd probably have to load the fuck up way down here if I need to, or cut my losses at some point. So there is some information we need to know about here. Number one, you want to go to a 30-minute basis if you use the triggers and the velocity. The first thing that you want to be looking at here is Velo on your side. It's kind of a key point. And it is on a short-term basis. On a long-term basis, or not necessarily long-term, but if you have the triggers and Velo at home, the way to really trade this would be to set, like, you could set a line here. You could set a line starting, say, right about in here. And set an alert just on velocity. It's like add an alert on horizontal line. Or we created this new tool within our tool where you can do, get rid of that. You can do, add an alert on velocity. So I can actually add an alert on daily velocity with a number, and say your favorite stock trades on weekly velocity or daily velocity or hourly velocity. You can just set an alert, and let's say daily velocity comes down and hits your number. It'll trigger an alert that can be sent to your email, to your phone, any of that kind of stuff. So let's take a look at Beyond without looking at a stock chart and see if there's anything we can kind of like glean from this kind of stuff. So what we'll do is we'll look at right about here, and we'll start like I would set an alert for like right about here. Let's just see what took place thereafter. And of course, you want to set the alert before. This might be different on each shit code that you're going to do, or even SPY or Tesla or whatever. I don't care what stock it is. Stocks trade oftentimes on their velocities, and you can usually see it on a 30-minute or a one-day basis on hourly, daily, or weekly. So we'll just take a peek at these and see if there's any kind of alert that would help here. So I'm going to set these three right here, and if we were to come into this the first time, let's say velocity came and hit this right here, I still would want to see a progressive series of higher lows on daily velocity to instigate any kind of trade. So even if we hit this one right here, I didn't see a progressive higher lows, so we get a new one over here, but I do start to see it over here. So I want to just check this and see if it does trade on its daily velocity or not. And you can kind of see we're coming into some kind of bottoming here. There is a print and payout in here for me, right up in here. There's another one down here. And it did dump, but it still spiked up here. So this kind of works. Actually, there's a print right here, and if I got caught underneath that weekly trigger and it's dumped, I would stay long. Remember, I don't like selling. I like buying lows. We still would have gotten a print up here. So I'm not quite there right now. There is one right here, too. So there's another one down in here. So it's kind of a foolproof way to trade memes without even looking at a stock price, and it gives you a way to not get super fucked. It gives you an alert to say, hey, I'm going to start looking at this stock, and if I start to see higher lows on daily velocity where we put in the low, and then I start seeing like a higher, like a higher brick, and a higher brick, to start maybe executing along. No matter where it is in price, doesn't matter. To make money though, right? With fairly accurate way to make money. Not I feel, not I think, not 13Fs and 69 420 filings and I don't know, whatever the fuck it is that people are out there doing, whatever bullshit they're waiting on. Now where we are right now, I want to see a few things, or I'm looking for a few things. The first thing I looked at this morning, when I decided to make this purchase, was that I had one higher low on hourly velocity. And I could see it right here this morning. Now, buying anything for me, like hourly velo, I always love it to be negative. I never like to be buying shit with like hourly velocity. Even if I had a low or a series of higher lows on daily velocity, I never like buying or instigating a trade on positive velocity on an hourly basis, even if it's supportive. I like them to kind of align, like lows on daily, lows on hourly. I want the best chance I can get. I want room for mistakes. I want a side of the, what does Tom Lee call it? A granny shot. I call it a side of the barn shot. You can't fucking miss. Like literally, you can literally hit the softball and or swing at the softball and you're gonna touch it, right? Even if you don't hit a home run, even if you don't hit up the first baseline, if you just tip it, it's not that hard. And even if you get it wrong for a day or two, it's going to be right. It's not like you're going to sit there for like 6 months and be like, oh, fuck, I'm totally fucked. Are we ever going back to $30? We're now trading $1. I got to wait 5 years for that shit to potentially come back. So this morning I saw this on a major low. In pre-market, I saw it coming up, and I was like, hey, probably buy that shit and not fuck this up too bad. So when I bought it, went up 9%. I guess I should have bought some calls, I guess. I know some of you degenerates out there like buying calls. So that was the first part of my plan. Now the second part of my plan here, I have to decide if I'm going to stay in this position or if I'm going to DCA on lower lows. And I did buy the first buy. I didn't wait for $1.16. I jumped a little bit ahead of it. But for me, what I want to do now is I want to switch to an hourly basis. And I snapped a little line in here. And I haven't put an alert on it yet. I want to show you why here in just a moment. So this is the line. And I want to put a little alert here. Add an alert on horizontal ray. Price crossing down. Add another alert. Once per minute. And I want to create that alert there so I get so that I get an alert. So I can make a decision. Am I going to stop myself out, or am I going to it should have been higher than that, I think. But anyway, at any rate, I set alert here at $1.32. I think it should have been higher, but I want to watch myself here for a couple reasons. One, I can make an informed decision, and secondly, more importantly, I want you to see something here. So the hourly trigger is above. The half-hour trigger is below, and price is below that. That's bearish. And you can also see that whenever there's been an attempt to squeeze above both triggers, the hourly and half an hour, they've been quickly sent to the depths of hell. There has been no breakout with a back test of the hourly trigger and a new high, which is what I kind of need. I kind of need that. So for where I am in this process, I want to see two things. I want to see, I'll draw this out for you, but what I want to see is price back test the half an hour trigger or the hourly trigger. I don't care, either one. So here it is right here. And I'm looking for the 1 and 5 minute trigger, 1 minute, and the 5 minute trigger to come up. And this is kind of weak momentum, but I want to see if this momentum here is strong enough to hold price and get me a new high above. So if we can bounce here, catch a new high up here, and I want to break this plane right here. Now you can see, do you see this right here? You got the prior high. Excuse me. You get the prior. I'm like, burp. You get the prior high right here. You got the new high in a cash market right here. And I really just want to break this one, because this one here could send me to retest this one up here. Make sense? And then I can do my cup and handle if this holds, my little A, and try to get out of here. So I kind of have a plan forming right now for what to do. So do you see how I'm coming up with an if this, if that? This is my thesis. Here's my plan. If something goes wrong, I know where to pull the plug. I know where to DCA if I want to. And I have no excuse here for fucking this up, do I? I can manage my trade and what I want to do, and I won't get caught in something like this. So if I'm up here, let's say, and we're doing the back testy thing, and we start breaking through, and let's say my line was right there, I'm not getting sucked down into the vortex of hell and saying, oh God, my life is awful, I'm the worst trader in the world. I go on Stock Twits and Reddit and Wall Street Bets and fucking cry my eyeballs out. And then I'm stuck. So I think this is, you know, if you were to like listen to something from me, this is probably the easiest part of it. So I've got my high here. You can see it. You've got this prior high up here. And this is weak because it's in pre-market, right, or after hours. This didn't take place in cash market hours. So I kind of like that. I've got a marked high over here, right? And I beat that high by just a tick. That's all positive. And all I need to do is have this wait or hold for another A, right? This is my marked bottom. And I don't care if we go all the way down to about $1.32-ish or something, somewhere in there. My next target is going to be $1.55 and then $1.75. And that's what I'm looking for. Now, from there, I would take profit, right? And I'm also looking, so I'm taking profit. This is my plan, at least. We hold this up here. I take profit before we get there. I don't fuck around with that FOMO up there. Are we going to, break above and show the tip or not? We're going to auto reject and come straight back down again. I don't give a fuck about any of that. So I exit, right? And let's say we dipped our wick up here. Hey, that's awesome. Bring it back down for me for a minute. Come back down, make me another A right here. Right? Awesome. We bounced, or we didn't, or we showed our tip. It's bullish, but waiting for the bounce here, right? So it bounces back up again, ricochets, makes another high, comes back down here, and I'm in business again. I buy again. It's my second buy right there. Does that make sense? My first buy is down here, second buy is over here, and I progressively take this higher and higher and higher and higher until this ends. Now, I don't know what's going to happen here, do I? I have no idea. You have no idea. There was 36 million bought in the first half hour. It was pretty good. I'm working right now with the algorithms and with the machines. I don't have to care about anything else out there. And I'm looking to see if momentum will work my way. So let me show you this on a smaller frame. And I'm going to find out right now, aren't I? If I'm looking right now, I've got my alert down here in case this gets fucked up. I'm looking at a 1 minute trigger and a 5 minute trigger crossing a half-hour trigger. So I'm using momentum to my what? Benefit. I've got something else funky going on here, though, don't I? Now, it hasn't proven itself yet, but what else is going on here? The half-an-hour velocity is attempting to flatten and turn up. You can kind of see it here with the hourly velocity too, right? Flattening. It hasn't proven itself yet. Let's draw this out again. We get rid of this for a minute. Look at this like this. So we've got an attempt at some kind of recovery. So we've got what looks like the beginnings of some flattening. Not guaranteed. We're in cash market, though. It's kind of nice to see. It's not bullshit fucking AH or anything. I got a potential turning up here of higher frame velocity. And you don't like I don't like fucking with hourly velocity and half-hour velocity. They will run you the fuck over. You can see it running us over on the way down, right? And it'll run you in the inverse. It'll run you over on the way up too. Now we do need some help. So to get above, here's the 5 minute. And currently at this moment, what did we have on the open this morning? We had the 1 minute velocity do a bull plane. So just for a quick intraday trade, that's pretty saucy, right? 1 and 5 minute bull cross. On our triggers, you can actually set an alert on that too. You can set an alert if the 1 minute trigger crosses the 5 minute trigger and price to start watching. So just this little alert this morning right on the bell would have told you start looking at beyond on an intraday basis. And sure enough, it went up. I think from bottom to top, it was like 10% or something. Significant move, right? So now all I need to see is that this holds and that this 1 minute and 5 minute can begin to bring price up, right? And if price does not break below that plane, start squeezing up here, and all of a sudden I got a what? I got a 3 trigger cluster. Even a 4 trigger cluster. I got 1, 5, half hour, hour. And what is now on my side? Momentum. Momentum. I'm going with the market. I'm going with the big buyers. I don't have to fucking care about what you think. I don't fucking have to care about what StockTwits thinks and Twitter thinks and CMB bullshit and anyone else. I can just sit here and trade with the real flows. I'll stay with these fucking guys, and as soon as they're gone and out, I'll exit with them as well. Or if I think that they're going to leave, I have a place where I think they leave. They exit right in here somewhere. So I'll watch this and monitor this more closely as the day progresses. I do think it might have one more low. I'm looking for SPOOs to have one more low too. We're going to go back and look at SPOOs here in a minute and talk about the rest of SPOOs and the upcoming days and stuff like that. We had some conversation about this in a private stream last night, but as we come into the end of the month in October, and I was speaking with a member last night about NVDA. And NVIDIA went up 20%, in a few days in October to the end of the month. And I was asked, do you think NVDA should crash or whatever? And maybe, I don't know. But I know that if NVDA goes up 20%, people are going to take some profit, some money, and they're going to look for a cheaper buy-in. And in particular, just on a base case, October is so rare. Like October is normally on average, it's either like bullish first 2 weeks, extremely bearish last 2 weeks, or if you get a bearish first 2 weeks, it's extremely bearish. The opposite. It's either Like really bearish first 2 weeks, recovers slightly last 2 weeks, or it's the opposite, right? Most months in October are red. No matter how the month starts or ends, the month finishes red. October this year was very rare. So when you have such a kick-ass year, what do? You take profit. That's what you do. You take profit. And we're coming into a period in the market where the whole market is ready to get long. And I'm going to talk about that this morning here in just a moment. But if it is, there are traders and investors and algorithms in the streets. If it is going to be that, they want the best possible price. And what they'll do is they'll be patient and they'll wait until price comes to them or begins to run away. One of those two options. And if neither of those show themselves this month or the end of the year trade, we turn into sell mode. It's fairly easy. Let me explain those three options to you top line again. So we come into the month of November and we're looking for one of three things. We're looking to find out if we're going to turn on the buy algos for end of the year. And we want to know if we're going to turn, we want to know if we're going to turn those on a nice fat low or if it begins to run away for that trade. The third trade is, do we begin to sell into the end of the year? Neither of those three have shown themselves yet. None of the three. And there's usually a window for it. I'm going to show it to you here in just a minute. But there's usually a window for that turning up trade or sell the year trade. Neither, or not, or I said neither, but none of the three choices have shown themselves at this moment. You just need to be ready for it. You need to be looking for it, know how to look for it, know how to identify it, and execute the appropriate trade. Until then, everyone out there that's positing or bullshitting or fucking writing you goddamn letters and stories and shit are lying. Taking a shot in the dark, or they're talking sizzle, or they want the best price, or they're selling options, whatever that may be, but it has nothing to fucking do with you and I making money. Or most of, I shouldn't say you and I, but most of the market. Like 70% of retailers, well, not market, but retail in particular, which is who this show is addressed to. You as a retailer. Not Bobby Badass that's got $5 million in SPY and sells you options all day long. Not some fucking 60-year-old fat fuck that made shit tons of money his whole life and learned how to trade the stock market because he went to finance school at some big school. Talking about you. Guy works at Wendy's. The doctor who didn't go to school for finance. The engineer who thought he was smart. You know, the retailer doesn't have access to what everybody else has. That guy. So, we'll talk more about that this morning. And why you consume what you consume, and what you've been told to consume, and what, you know, you guys get like Investopedias. Like, I mean, I read that shit. And I'm like, God, that's all wrong too. I'm like, all that shit's built for you to give your money to the market. Like, pretty much all of it. Not quite all of it, but a lot of it is. So anyways, I'll watch this in the background, see if we can catch that next high. This looks pretty bullish to me, but I don't want to get caught and sucked down to the depths of hell again. So I've got my alert right here. I'll watch this very closely. It's set to $1.32. And I want to look at a 4-hour basis real quick and just see if there's anything else I got to be careful of down here. I want to watch this 4-hour candle right here. I can see the 4-hour candle is, you know, $1.25. This was bought pre-market. And we get this high right here. See it right here. This is $1.52. And I want you to remember that I don't want to see, you know, like this entire candle get erased, do I? I don't want to see this whole candle get erased, do I? And most definitely on this 4-hour candle, I want to snap something that's kind of white, just so it stands out. This is kind of my point of no return. If we were to sweep this price right here, even if we squeeze, let's say we sweep down here, come back up to where I want to sell, I'd probably exit that trade right there. Once we hit that white line, it opens the door to new lows. Doesn't mean we have to, but it's telling me that these buyers are now gone. So I'm going to snap that white line right there. It's roughly at $1.28. I'm going to push this back to a minute chart here. And in the background, I'm going to watch it closely. I'm going to watch this right here. I've got my little alert right here. I've got my, oh my God, don't do this. Don't, please God, price, don't go down here. And I want to talk to you about stops too. Let's say these are my stops right here. I'm already hyper aware that an algorithm, a market maker, not a market maker, but a dealer, knows where my stops are. So this guy's going to come down here, and for a brief moment, he's likely going to go, you know, watch this shit. I'm going to take this guy's stops. Right? And then we're out of here. If this guy comes down here, takes my stops, and happens to blast through, market maker also knows this buyer's bullshit too, right? So now he's got more information. So let's say we blast through this one. I would not sell here. I would wait for it to come back up and for the buyer to be weak. And then I would execute my stop. And I really don't care if we go up or down. I would repeat this process all over again. Again, and again, and again, and again, and again. If you find that this process doesn't ever work, we can always adjust it. But this process does work, makes me money consistently with edge. So watch this closely and see what's going on. I've got my lines, everything I need to know. I'm going to give you one last thing here, which is what I want to see as a path. Or what I would like to see as a path here. And it's either price or time. So I've got my initiation right here. That's all I need to see. I want to see one more. I'll see something like this here. And just right there. That's it. That's all I want to see. That's all I'm looking for. Nothing else. And this is my trade plan for right now. Just this. I would assume that if we did this in a cash market, it'd bring out all the degenerates would come out to play. And hopefully the degenerates will do what? Become supply for me to sell into, right? And then I can attempt to get back in here and see if the degenerates still think we're going up. And maybe they'll become my supply again even higher. So let's watch this closely, or I'll watch this in the background. Now we're going to switch over to trigger screen. And I want to talk about this one in particular here. This is SPY, by the way. Now, dude, where is this? I don't know what the fuck is going on with my my sound here. At any rate, I want you to have some context here, okay? Because I'm going to shift into news. I'm going to shift from what I'm showing you here into news. And I want you to think about what I'm telling you. And then I want you to contrast that with what the news is telling you. And we already know that we had this big, huge print in the month of October. Right? So we've got some profit taking going on, don't we? Take the money and run, baby. And I want you to think about this for a minute. The entire market wants to get long for the end of the year. They want to get long. They want to get long for what's called the holiday trade, Santa rally, I don't know, end of the year, big verticals up into December 31st, or a print in January, February, before the real weak season, right? That's what everybody's thinking. That's it. And so when does that normally start? About mid-November. So you've got traders taking profit up here and looking for a low to buy. That's the base case. And what do you see take place? See price action going down into what? The middle of November. Right? Now I'm going to show you in a moment that trade and why everybody's waiting and looking for it. And why some of you listen and read the wrong things and watch the wrong things. And then I'm going to show you some of the negative news that's out there right now. Oh my God, it's the biggest fear. I read something this morning that said, my favorite one I read this morning was punchy risk-off sentiment across the board. Fear. Like, I'm not fearful. I want a low to buy. Well, so why am I asking for that low to buy for an end of the year trade in the middle of November, and then it's contra to what I'm being told? It's risk off, stay away, it's bad. And yet price action is doing what I'm hoping that it would do, down, right? Give me the best price possible. What you can see is that the market is kind of lying to you. Market is still buying here, and you're going to expect buyers here, and you're going to expect buyers at one more level if we can get it. So there's no fear right now. Being told there's tons of fear. That doesn't look like fear. That ain't me. I don't know who the fuck that is, but I know that's somebody. And this ain't me. I didn't buy that. Who the fuck's buying that if there's so much fear? And I'm going to assume that if we get down here, there's going to be a shit ton of buyers here too. So, I mean, in reality, what do I really want? First, they're manufacturing fair. They're telling everybody's fucking fearful. It's risk off. It's fucking this. It's that. Looks like manufactured fair to me. And to be quite honest with you, I would love to see not only that move, but, you know, like maybe one more. If I got that one more, that would actually create real fair. All the talk that tell all these people and all the, you know, oh my God, it's risk off. Oh my God, it's this and that. Actually turns into real fair. And then people get freaked out and they start buying loads of puts. They start telling me how it's going to crash and all that kind of stuff. And what we end up doing is creating some kind of a solid hedged bottom. And I'm able to then sell you puts and start thinking about getting long. Now, I'm not long yet, but I can see the calls are cheap down here. I start adding some calls here. And then if we get high enough, we don't reject and start heading lower, I start adding more calls for end of the year. Meanwhile, you're left behind talking about fucking crashes and this, that, and the other nonsense and whatever, and I'm just fucking bye, see you later. Yeah, tell me about that crash later, bro. And we're out of here in the end of the year. And I get a nice fat check, and my wife has sex with me. My kids love me. You know, get to go skiing, big fat turkey, partying, and the rest of you are all back here watching that shit still. When crash. So that just doesn't have to happen, but that would be my hope. That's what I want. And I'm going to then go into this like news and what you're being fed and all this other nonsense here in just a minute. But for right now, what I want to pay attention to is what? This morning, we had a low. This morning in pre-market, we got down to $6.73. And I was like, ooh. I was like, we're close. It was like fascinating that I didn't get to buy that. Wasn't done in cash market. Can I get that low in cash market? I don't want you to be above me, the street. I want to be with you down here. So this is not necessarily my low that I want to buy. Not yet. If it begins to run away, if we're to get a new high, of course, I'd be willing to entertain that, even if I didn't get the absolute bottom. But for right now, I'm just watching price action. It's still early in November. And to be honest with you, let's look at where these sellers are, right? They're up here, right? They're up here. They're up here. Right here. And they're trying to get back in again. The seller's like, oh, yeah, bro, we're going down again, right up and down here. I hope you're successful. I really do. I posted for you this morning on the stream this up trade right here. I'll show it to you here so it's clear as fucking day. Right there. Beautiful, gorgeous trade, right? Woohoo! Make a bunch of money off the open. And you can see here at 10 a.m. we get a little bit more uppies here, a little bit more FOMO-ish. Then everybody gets torched in here, right? This is your FOMO gang. You get annihilated. You can see the sellers trying to push down here on this 10 a.m. hour for flows. They were unsuccessful. And they're probably going to try to come in and sell this again. I hope you're successful. I hope you're able to sell 682.73. Pound this price down for me. I really want my end of year trade. I really want a big fat Christmas check. I really want to fucking make my wife happy and my kids happy. And I got to pay what? College tuition to the University of Michigan. Ugh. So if you can get it lower, I'll be a very happy guy. If you can't, that's okay. But I'm hoping these guys will come in here and they'll hope we can get up a little bit more up in this 10 o'clock hour, maybe even squeeze this up. And hopefully you bears can come in here and sell this fucker down for me into next week. I'm so bad, aren't I? I got this all planned out in here. So what am I looking for that low? It's right down here. Somewhere down here. You know, if we can at some point just, you know, just like get right down there and just like touch it. Maybe even get right down to a penny right there. I'd be a very happy man if you can get it down there for me. It's really what I want, I'll be honest with you. Now I know how long it takes. This shit can take days. Session. We could be parked here for like, we trading this bullshit for like a week or two. I don't hope it doesn't take that long, but there's potential for us. I mean, I was like, oh my God, we're so goddamn close down there. Look at it, it's so close. It's like $5 away from, but to get from here to here, I bet you it takes a bit. I bet you it's not going to be like, next half an hour. I doubt it. Maybe, but I mean, I think I'm wishing too much here. So we'll just keep watching this down here, the 667.91, see if we can get it down there. And why do I want it to get down here? Do you know? It's because I want to see how it's like right here. This was where price was this morning. Right on that daily trigger. Want to see it? It was like right there. Near perfect pen strike on the open this morning. Or before the open, I should say. Near perfect pen strike this morning. Blasted down here, came up here, cranked up for the cash market. And why do I want to see this? Why do I hope that we can get down here? Anywhere down here. Why do I want to see price come down here or even here? Why? Let me make this bigger. Why? I want to see sold 7,000 calls be fat. I want to see puts get bought down here. Lots of them. And you can see what this says. It says A bottom, small put wall, small put wall, small put wall. That means that there's not a ton of puts down there. Not a bunch of hedging. I want to see a bunch of hedging down in here. And not only that, this is where the gamma flip is. So for us to party down there is easy. Not only that, but what else is fun about this stuff? When you get into negative gamma, prices can move fast, right? They can go all the way down here. Woohoo! Crazy town. And all else equal, what else can happen? If there's not real money selling, right? We don't switch into sell the market mode for the winter, right? Q4, beginning of Q1, what happens? If there's no real money selling with that, alongside buying hedging, what happens? All else equal, we come back up, right? And I got a kick-ass price. Captain Jim James happy as hell. You're sitting over here and you're like, oh my God, bro, I can't buy any calls. I'm so scared. And oh my God, bro, they got to me. We're going to crash. And you pay me by buying puts for us to go up. Make sense? You pay my daughter's college. So I need you to be scared. I need Wall Street Bet scared. I need FinTwit scared. I need Stock Twit scared. I need CNBC running all the red banners. I need more doom. I need extreme fear. So I don't know if I'll get that, but we don't necessarily need this either. This is not required. If the buy algos turn on and we don't get down there, I'll have to chase this up here, which I'm willing to do, but it's not perfect. I prefer to be a little bit lower. I'm greedy. But we can do that. We can do either way. Now, let's say we go down here and it's middle of, let's say, November. And we stall. We're buying that shit and it stalls. We start making some new lows over here. I'll turn to sell side. I can sell the market at the end of the year and take either one. I don't care. Got a bunch of hedges out there now. I'm not strapped or tied into an end of the year upside trade. I'll start selling down into the holidays. I'll rain hell down on your holiday. I'll slam the buy button on a bunch of puts. I'll cash those bad boys in on Christmas Eve. And I won't cry a minute. Pay for my daughter's second semester. And I'll pretend it's awful. I'll go on FinTwit and I'll hug a bull and say, I'm so sorry. But either way, we're going to make money here at the end of the year, aren't we? So we've got three choices here, don't we? Market begins to recover. Does some kind of a melt up in the end of the year. Market goes down, creates a nice little fat put wall. We start heading up in the end of the year. I'll take this trade or that trade. Or if we really start to say, oh my God, everything's awful. I got a new low over here. And I'll start selling. I'll don the bear suit. And we'll make fat cash right at the end of the year. And all along the way in here, I'm not going to listen, and neither should you, to anyone else. Well, Cap, what if it recovers, man? Oh, Cap, what if it starts recovering? I don't give a fuck about what you think. Well, Cap, what if it starts crashing? I don't give a fuck what you think either. Well, Cap, we're doing the melt up. What if it crashes? I don't care about you over there either. I only care about making money in the end of the year. And that's all you should care about too, right? That's it. You don't care about anything else. You don't care about any of those people. You care about making money until the end of the year. So, I'll leave this up for you here. I got to bring this over here. Oh, Beyond, what are you doing? Woo! You're getting me all hot and bothered, Beyond. What are you doing over there? It's a nice fat little hourly candle here, bro. What are you doing there, buddy? Getting all hot and bothered over here, Beyond. You got me sweating, bro. All hot and bothered now. So we'll watch this. This is still a work in progress. There's no decisions made, in my view, for where we go into the end of the year. We still have not taken off to the upside. We have not swept lower and flushed out early buyers. We have not seen rampant equity selling yet, no matter what anyone tells you. When you get equity selling combined with put buying, it ain't no staircase down. It's an elevator. You'll see it. It'll be clear as fucking day. It definitely doesn't look like this either. This is not it either. They tried. Marco tried. But he didn't get the follow through. And you see like this here and you trigger put buying, you want to see equity selling along with it. And then we start doing the thing. And it gets nasty. But we're not there yet, so I would have to see that. Make sense? I mean, look at me. I'm like, yeah, this one here. And now I'm like, yeah, I want it all the way down there. I don't know if we can get all the way down there. But if I can catch a wick down there, some shit like that, man, I would take it all day long. It's kind of a zone. Kind of like a zone of doom. And I'll take anything in there. Anything I can get. Give me more fucking doom. So we're going to go back to the main screen up here. We're going to go back up to the main screen up here. We're going to watch the rest of today, how it unfolds. Here's the 4-hour trigger right here for you. Here's the 1 hour. We already beat this one right here. So our next target is right about here. We'll see if we can catch some flows right up there. My God, 680. We're like right near all-time highs still. You got people talking to me about fucking crashing the stock market like $5 away from all-time highs. Fucking killing me. Oh, you got alimony? We got one of my guys in here saying, "I'll pay my alimony." We all got our shit to pay, right? Child support, alimony. What else? Kids' college. I just did clarinet. That was no fucking fun. It's either the $7,000 option or the $30,000 option. I'm like, or no, there was a $16,000 option actually. I was like, no fucking way. I was like, you go to college, I'll buy you that one. Actually, I have something to tell you guys. Hold on here. Guess what? You know, you can only do so much for your kids. There's like a lot of nature and nurture, and then there's Darwin Awards and stuff. And I'm always like, we did well enough with my oldest that I feel like I've done everything that I can. There's a little bit more of, hey, you're on your own now. You got to take some responsibility for not going to prison, not dying, or not, doing any of the things you can kind of have some control over, like I'm a drug addict, bad choices, the really bad ones, right? I think we've done what we can do, my wife and I, for her to some extent. My younger one, you never know, and the same with the oldest. You can only do what you can do, and you can't blame yourself a lot of times, even if you've done the right thing for your kids. And bad things happen to children that are out of your control, truly. And those are the things with kids that are, when or if those things happen, those are the things that can like destroy you as a parent when you don't have any control. You've done your best for your child, and something's gone wrong, or something befalls them that is out of everyone's control, like a train hits them or a bus. They're in the car with their friends, they get into a big accident, and something really bad happens. But I got to tell you guys something. So I'm always concerned with that with my youngest child because she's still young, still not quite a teenager. She gets inducted tomorrow at 7 p.m. into
Microsoft committed
Junior
$23
National
billion
Honor Society.
for N-scale data center space.
Uh,
Microsoft Neo Cloud deal
I'm
passes
so
$60
proud
billion in AI spending
for her,
frenzy.
and I can't wait to go to this tomorrow. She worked her ass off for this. My older daughter had it a little bit easier. My younger daughter really did bootstrap it, and I'm so fucking proud of her. She ain't here right now. She can't hear me saying the F word, but the F bomb. But she's so amazing, and I've got that coming to me tomorrow for my youngest. So I guess I'm screwed again. I'm paying 2 colleges or some shit like that. But anyways, that's Maggie. You guys know Maggie. You guys have seen her, right? She plays the clarinet and stuff. I'll take some pictures or something and post them for you guys. And that a lot of that is due to you guys. I'm part of this community as much as you're a part of this community. I am too. So I want to thank you guys for my daughter getting that and having the time to spend with her. And I just want you to know that. So, anyways, that's a little side note. That's right, baby, my baby Maggie. She's doing the thing. So she's awesome. She's awesome. We'll talk more about that later. Anyways, so I just went through the mechanics of where the market is with you, right? The true mechanics of where the market is. Hold on, I gotta keep an eye on this stuff. Hold on a second here. I'm like blabbing here. Let me keep this SPX gamma here for you. Sometimes I lose money in the market because I'm not focused on my money. I gotta see where I'm at right now. So the next thing here would be, they're gonna try to come in and sell this again. Is that what they're gonna try to do? Put this 12 o'clock flows. Let me snap some lines here. Hold on here. 11:30. Snap that one right there. See if we can hold. We'll just take a 5-minute here really quick. Here. Check this really quick. Hold on here. Right there. See that right there. Right there, right about there. Not paying attention. So the next thing would be explain to you where the market is mechanically, where it is, where it stands if we're going up and into the year. Has that started yet? No. If that hasn't started yet, the low that we're looking for to start that trade, we have not reached that one yet. And then we have not decided for selling the year yet either. We literally do not see. I do not see that trade yet. We would need to be underneath that daily trigger and catch a new low and watch momentum flow over price, right? Watch that negative momentum come over price and start sending us lower into the end of the year. Crash, correct the market, major correction, whatever you want to call it, or whatever it's going to be. We're not there yet for that to trigger. So I want to read some stuff to you here. I read I've read the thought here that there's punchy risk-off sentiment right now. I also want to read some other stuff to you. I want to go back a little bit here in time. So this is from November 3rd, yesterday. Elevated volatility pricing for Monday's S&P straddle. Volatility pricing for today's S&P straddle is somewhat elevated with the break even at 31.4 points, blah, 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 blah. Expiring, the December expiry implied volatility has taken a steeper leg lower since last week's FOMC meeting. In terms of directionality, while the December risk reversal has come off slightly, this week has seen rallying, with today's expiry is up the most. To start the week, the largest trades have been focused on upside. Largest trades have been focused on upside, with today's 68.90 call trading most actively, and some notable interest next week. Friday's 68.60, 6900, 6920, 6960 call condor, which looks like new risk in the strikes.
Comments from ECB's
desk
Nagel,
flows are similar,
on the topic
with buying an S&P 500 and NASDAQ
followed by a
outright
discussion with
as the market remains supported and more skew.
Voice news disconnected.
And more skew and more skew towards short-term call buying on the fixed. Now, this was yesterday. And remember, we just blasted to the depths of hell, right, overnight. As the market remains supported and more skew towards short-term call buying. On the fixed income side, implied volatility hasn't fallen continuously since the FOMC, but the directional bias is lower with the risk reversals coming off across the expiries this morning. Activity has been on downside, with most active trades being. You don't need to read any of this. This is fixed income market. You don't need to hear that. Next one would be financing the AI party in a PIC. LQD has moved sharply lower over the past sessions. Note, we are well below the 50-day average here. This is not due to credit being weaker. This is massive supply that needs to be absorbed. SPX consecutive days above 50 DMA. I'm going to take a look at this one really quick. Yeah, it's been up there kind of high, but we've seen higher. Hang tight here. Fed's daily 18 hours ago saying, quote, keep an open mind for December. Right now, we're saying that there's no cut in December, excuse me. There's no cut in December. That would be a nice little present, right? So if we did get a cut or the potential cut or a possible cut or maybe a cut, could lead to a pricing in of a potential cut in December. San Francisco President Daly saying it was the right move to cut rates in October. She thinks it is important to keep up the pressure on inflation without hurting the labor market, and that is important to, quote, keep an open mind for the December meeting, even though we're saying that it's not in stone that there will be a cut. But you all know that there is always more than one cut or hike, right? There's the actual cut or hike. There's a promise of a cut or a hike. There's the maybe there isn't, maybe there is. And that trade is completely independent of if there actually is a cut or not, right? And the market loves to price these things in and have something to gamble on along the way. So it's kind of nice right now if you're a bull to not have the cut set in stone, isn't it? Think about that. If you get a cut, you can price it in, can't you? It already was priced in. Can't really price that in, can you? So there might be a little bit of a dangling sausage here into the end of the year. And it doesn't really matter if we get that cut or not. Does it? I don't think so. I mean, you've got call buying party on, hey bro, we're getting a cut in December. That could see markets ramp, right? And then if you had the realized volatility of an actual cut, it could be the bow and the present. Got to price that in now again, right? So you get one more pump into the end of the year. At the end of yesterday, or midday yesterday, GS midday wrap, today feels very much like sell everything to buy Mag 7. And we should talk about that. GS saying yesterday, today feels very much like sell everything to buy Mag 7. The Magnificent 7. Why would they be saying that? Today feels very much like sell everything to buy Mag 7, with some recent popular retail themes getting torched. Global rare earths, quantum computing, nuclear. While the usual suspects, momentum winners, losers, renewables, cyclicals, and popular HF shorts all down 1 to 4%. AI partnership headlines are pacing stocks so far again, with Amazon, this was yesterday, Amazon up 4%, Nvidia up 3%, making all of the NDX gains today and then some as a result. Our megatech versus non-profitable basket is having its fourth best day of the year. This was yesterday. Activity levels are active to start the month, though retail activity feels a bit quieter out of the gates. They don't like that. Why do you think retail activity is a little bit quieter out of the gates? Maybe because you're becoming smarter? You want the best possible price. You don't want to be sold into? Maybe you have more information at your fingertips than you ever have had. Extrapolated and put on a chart with crayons. It's not like back in the day in the early 2000s when you'd get some weirdo sending you an Excel and say, write your own pivot table with that. Today you get this like box that shows you red, green, orange, purple, blue, whatever. Activity levels are active to start the month, though retail activity feels a bit quieter out of the gates. The top 10 most active names are only 25% of the total tape volumes, while the S&P volumes are up plus 10%, signaling more institutional activity, especially after 22% of active MFs closed their books on Friday. Why is that possible? I spent a fair bit of my late night last night speaking with a quant in our Discord. Our Discord has licensed quants, work on the street. So I spent some time with him late last night. And this guy's old. He's old as fuck. Now I'm getting old, but I remember when I was young. And when I was young, I didn't give a fuck what wisdom was. I was the kind of guy where I could fall off the side of a train and hit the side of a pole. And my dad would look down at me and say, "Are you okay? I told you not to do that." And I would say, "Go fuck yourself. I'm still doing it right. Don't tell me anything. I can do it myself." He's kind of a dick, my dad. But as I got older, I realized that my dad was always telling me the truth. And I paid a lot for not listening to that truth. I had to go back to my dad and apologize as the years passed. Our relationship never recovered. But I still, to this day, speak to him. And I still, to this day, call usually once a year or so and say, "Hey, Dad, one more thing happened and you were right again." And I still, to this day, keep men in my life that are much older than me that I look up to. And I have them as my mentors. I don't have destroyed relationships with them like I do with my own father. I didn't have that benefit with my dad. But I do keep men in my life that are older than me intentionally. It's because they have wisdom. So I was spending last night speaking to this gentleman into the wee hours of the night. And this gentleman was in the market in the 1990s. He was an active investor and trader in the 1990s. Now, I don't know, and this guy doesn't know if we're going to enter more of the 1990s. But when you speak to guys like this, they give you insights. They say, I remember this, and I remember that, I remember this, I remember that. Hey, take a look at this. I want you to see that. And this conversation began last night because this year, in particular, glaringly looks like 1995 to 1996. Now, we're not in an internet boom. We're in an AI boom. Robotics, machine learning, quantum, new data centers, but new data centers, right? We're not laying fiber optic or, telephone cables or whatever the fuck it was. I mean, we're doing all kinds of shit, cable, you name it. But it's similar, isn't it? In the first industrial revolution, it was not at the turn of the century. It was in like the 1930s. We had a second industrial revolution. It took a little bit longer. Turn of the century. Late 1800s, early 1900s. And there's always a playbook. There's always a playbook for politics. There's always a playbook for power. There's always a playbook for corporations. And they go, hey, we got a smart guy over here who went to college for, the history of this. We got to find out what happened back then. Who were the winners? Who were the losers? And so even in this case right now, you kind of look back and try to find guys that were trading that time period. And whenever you're asking yourself or finding out information, you have to always delve deeper and say, why? So someone gives you some information that's somewhat reliable, and then you say, why did that happen? And who benefited from this or that happening? And who are the winners? Who are the losers? And did everybody win at the end? Did some get left out? How did it all work out? So we were looking last night, and we were discussing how in the first internet bubble, it wasn't just one bubble. It was two. There was a mini, or the first part of the bubble was like 1990 to 1995-ish. And then there was a second part of the bubble. And that was about 1995 to 1999. And it's fascinating to look back in that time period and look at the companies that were in the first part of the bubble, what happened to them in the middle of the bubble, and what happened at the end of the bubble. And then looking at the companies that entered the stock market for the second part of the big bubble, and what happened in the middle of that. And it was wild. We looked at it last night together, and we were looking at sectors and what was considered new tech and what was considered reliable tech for that time period. Even if they would not be considered that in the future. But in that time period, what was, your sure thing, and what was your maybe not? And what was being IPO'd in the beginning of that time period? What was being IPO'd in the middle of that time period? And what was being IPO'd at the tail end of it? Not the end, but if you had like year 1, year 3, 4, year 5, 6. And what were the behaviors of all of those stocks and those sectors? And some of what we pulled away from that conversation look pretty close to today. Not going to lie. What was fascinating was that Mike Burry was picking stocks that he wants to short. And he wants to short the AI bubble. And what I find hilarious is back then you could pick those stocks, but not the greater market. So if a guy like Mike Burry was picking specific stocks, it doesn't necessarily imply it's those stocks and the entire market. And Mike Burry's smarter than me, probably smarter than McQuant, probably has an army of people helping him, and he probably is, like he says he is. He peels through all the data. Probably has more access to data than I do. But he probably realizes that there's likely going to be some kind of a period where you see some kind of a flight to safety in what we consider to be safe tech today. And last night we were looking at Apple as one of them. We were saying, it's kind of weird, like Apple's gone nowhere. Well, everyone chased all the other fun stuff, right? But Apple is considered a pretty safe tech bet today, isn't it? Or companies like them. And maybe even if Apple's not a good example, there may be others that are better examples. Mike Burry could be wrong or right in what he's picking as the stocks to sell in this period that we're coming into. If we were to enter the second part of this bubble, you'd probably see some losses in some of the earlier, oh my God, this one's going to be it, and that one's going to be it, spec growth kind of stuff, right? You may also see any early entries in the second leg of that bubble get sold to the depths of hell. What else was fascinating was at the end of the bubble, they all kind of caught up and they all ramped to the moon. And that's how we went into that last leg in like 98, 99, 2000. And it was really fascinating because last night we were looking at how there was a little bit more safety in indexes. Actually, NASDAQ didn't outperform in that time period. SPX did. The greater market did. The safer bets did. And some of the more risky shits got annihilated. But the later the IPO, the more or the less chance there was for that stock to get annihilated. Amazon's a good entry in there. They didn't come in until I think 97. I think that's when they IPO'd, and they just went vertical. Any of the ones earlier than that, like 96, 95, they were like late entries. They weren't early 90s, but like mid 90s. Those got annihilated down to when Amazon launched. So when you hear like discussions or rumors about OpenAI going public, or what would be the next stage for the retail trader, there is a little bit of an idea here that there's some safety. And if you look at the middle years, like 96, 97, like SPX and Qs kind of went sideways and up. They didn't go down to the depths of hell. It was like sideways and up. And they outperformed. And a lot of like the classic stocks outperformed, like GE and shit. I'm not going to tell you all the names of these stocks that I discussed with this guy last night. I want to put it together into a more concise thought. But it was interesting to see. It's interesting to see that I realized that there's going to be like a retail trader that sees, oh my God, Mike Burry wants to short the bubble. And the automatic thesis is, fuck it, we're going to sell NASDAQ to zero. Right? Instead of being more precise. And there's probably some traders out there that go, those stocks that Mike Burry picked are wrong. Mike Burry's wrong. Look at his history back in 2008. It took him years. I agree with that statement, by the way. But maybe Mike Burry only has to get those stocks right. Maybe there will be people later on that say, look, Mike was wrong. When Mike wasn't trying to sell down the indexes or the greater market. He is just looking back at the historical example. The history of it, the playbook. Maybe he doesn't have to be wrong. At any rate, when we come into the end of this year, I'd be thinking about that. Like, how hard do you need to work? And there's some discussion here, right? Mag 7, quality stocks, quality tech, things that have returns, companies that aren't potentially losing a bunch of money, right, in AI. Or maybe they have an ER come back that says, oh, we just took a hit for $50 billion or some shit. And there is a little bit of the greater market here that could carry us or hold us up at least. I had a guy, Jedi Marcus, once. I was having a conversation with him. And he discussed with me how resilient the indexes are. And he wanted to impress that upon me that the indexes in particular have a resilientness to them. Whenever we go through different phases of bubbles or growth phases in our economy or not, or, oh my God, this AI is costing us all this money, you still have to take into account the resiliency of our markets. And one of the best representations of that, I'm not seeing a buy here, by the way, guys. One of the best representations of that is NASDAQ. It's SPOOs. You might be saying, well, look at all this horrible destruction that's going on in this aspect of the market. But there's the greater market that is resilient. It is. The most recent example of that was what? COVID, right? I remember in COVID, I was scared shitless. I was like, there's a million offices in the United States that are empty right now. There are businesses that are full standstills right now. Whole world is shut down. These companies are all going to implode. It's going to be burning tires in Manhattan. That's how I felt. That didn't happen, did it? And new companies replaced old companies, right? The human spirit was there, right? Well, we're not going to have no one's making that. I'm going to go make this then, right? And that's part of the resilience of our economy. It's part of the resilience of us as people. It's part of the resilience of the S&P 500. So even if there's this lull, let's say a year, 2 or 3, and you have this machinations or this not turmoil, it's more like rotation, and it takes a year, 2 or 3 to move into the next part of that bubble. There's something fascinating that goes on. The rest of the economy, the rest of the business cycle, the rest of the markets continue on, or can, or at least back then did. And then there was a moment where there was almost like a zenith or a singularity, almost like a moment where all this AI stuff, they all go moon. So if you're watching, say, Figma, and get sent to the depths of hell for $150, I think they were trading 45 or something this week. And even if Figma went down to like $2 or $8, if Figma had anything to do with that first internet cycle, they would still trade like 1,000 or something stupid. I mean, straight vertical at some point. So it'd be good to be a stock picker, right? Be good to be in quality. And it'd be good to be watching still some of those stocks. Like watching some of the AI stuff and watching the future IPOs. We have deregulation coming into IPOs right now, aren't we? Right? So you watch the dance that's going on. And, if we begin to super ramp into a larger bubble, whether that's next year or 4 years from now or whatever, and it could be a multi-year watch. But it would be fascinating, wouldn't it? And it could print stupid money. And meanwhile, you could be parked inside of an index and doing party time, huh? So consider that as we move forward with all this talk about Mike Burry, about bubbles, about are we already in a bubble? We're going to pop the bubble. which bubble are we actually popping? Is it a smaller bubble within a larger bubble in this process that takes place? And the time that it takes for this to happen and the timelines associated with it are usually not 6 months or 1 year. They usually take multiple years for these trades to work themselves out. So consider that as we move forward and into the year. Consider as we move forward into next year, the year after, and even into the late 2020s and 2030. Just consider that stuff. Doesn't mean we can't crash along the way. We can't go into a bear market, none of that stuff. But just keep that thought process going. I think there can be a lot of implied or some of the statements from some of these guys are going to pop the bubble or whatever. What do you mean by pop the bubble is the better question. So who, what, why, and where, and who benefits, right? So I want to short the bubble. I want to pop the bubble. What do you mean? The whole thing? The market included? The regular stonks? The tech that's today is not involved in it? It's a bunch of questions. The second thing will also be who stands to benefit from the bubble to be more than just one bubble or one bubble with a bunch of bubbles within it, right? Who stands to make money off that? Is it the guys that bring these companies to market? They get to sell an IPO at $2, round at $5, round at $10, round at 100, round at 50, 200, $1,000 to the big bidder over there. Do I get to come back and buy it all back again at $2? As the guy that IPO'd that company, and run it right back up again? How many times can I dip my hands, my fat, greasy hands in that pile? Make more money and more money and more money and more money. Or make you the supply in there. So there's a bunch of like questions in there with questions within questions as we move forward in the market. And so I think that's the biggest thing that I'm thinking about at the end of this year. And I think GS is making that statement to some extent. Buying quality for the end of the year. It's going on right now. This was 3 hours ago. ETF investors. That's you and I. ETF investors have cut holdings in the 7 of the past 8 sessions. Congratulations. It's awesome to do that before they tell us, right? Bringing total reductions to 86% of the drawdown seen during April, May. Daily outflows, however, haven't exceeded those recorded on October 27th. Looks like retailers want a better price to me. A little bit of weakness here from S&P 500. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Give me a new low. I'm watching this Beyond right now. A quick second here. Taking bombs at 12 p.m. There's one right there, 12 o'clock. I'm going to try to send it down, not up now. Right about there. I'm going to have to suffer through this over the next like week. We're in accumulation here. We're not going down. So I got to watch this closely here. That's looking ugly as fuck there. Turn this news on, make sure I don't get anything bullshit news coming in. All you gotta do is hold right here. Start that new candle. Right there. Recover for me. Squeeze their fucking balls off. God damn it, I know you're gonna fucking squeeze their goddamn balls off. I'm gonna look up and see which one. Hold on, I'm missing a bunch of what you guys are saying here. I'm gonna look over which ones. Sweating my balls off here. I got a long on here, up, not down. I got a long up here from right over here. And I did not cut this. We're standing over an edge right here, a ledge, but we're like right at the place where we're gonna find out if we roll the depths of hell if we fucking moon. Oh yeah, get back up there. Come on, baby. I took a shower. I took a shower. Oh, so my hot water heater died yesterday. I had to order a new thermocouple. And I needed to take a shower this morning, and I was like busy and like BYND, all that kind of crap. And yeah, that's right. Get the fuck on out of there. I know what the fuck's going on over here. Don't be talking that shit to me. So this morning for me to take a shower, I have like 10 different ways to take a shower. The first thing I tried was I kid you not. So the first thing I did was I was like, I Google searched. I was like, if I put a torch, either like one of my backpacking stoves underneath a water tank, or if I put a torch underneath it, can I like fire up my hot water tank? And AI was like, fuck no, don't ever try that. And I was like, that means it works. I tried. Then I stopped. I didn't have enough time, so I have I do some backcountry shit, and I've got like backpacking, through hiking. I got an entire room full of boxes. So if I'm doing overland shit, I got my overland shit. If I do backpacking, through hiking, I gotta watch this really closely here because they're gonna try to send us to the depths of hell here. They're pretty angry, these sellers. And we are kind of violating a bunch of shit here that we shouldn't be. This is not good for me here. So I told my wife, if you just get downstairs, I got a bunch of these like boxes. I've got an overland shower in there. Now I used to keep a propane fired one, but it was a big fucking to do. Like I needed hoses, and then I needed like a pot of water on fire, and it was a big fucking mess. So eventually one time I built a PVC pipe that I made black, and I put water in it, and then I had a hose coming off it on the roof of a truck. Got rid of that too. So now the simplest thing that I do is I got this like a bulb with a hose and a sprayer that's rechargeable, and you can just huck it in a river or huck it in a bucket of water or whatever. It's like the simplest, lightest, easiest thing. So I took a shower this morning out of a bucket of hot water that I put in I got a big like crab boil pots. And I took a shower out of there until I replaced the thermocouple this evening. Late. This is not good here. God damn it. What time is it right now? We're almost there. We're going to bloodbath in here or go up, one or the other. We're going to start a new candle here very shortly. And they're pressing on price here on this big. So on a higher time frame candle right now, there's a bigger candle here. And they're trying to push price to start a new candle to go down. And if they can't get low enough here, we're going to moon. So that's what I'm doing in the background if you're wondering what's going on. And I'm going to probably have to cut my position loose here in a second. This isn't good price action. I wanted to see a new high here and then some kind of a turn. I'm not getting it. So I'm probably going to cut my position loose and like turn bearish or something. If you can't see, it's right here. I'm going to show it to you. It's right here. See it right here? So if you guys are watching the show right now, I'll tell you what I'm watching. I'm watching this right about here. Let's see how they're pushing. Can you see this? So I'm watching this right here. This is a 4-hour candle. Or a 1 hour, excuse me, inside of a 4-hour candle. And this right here, I don't want to see that break. So I'm trying to do is I'm trying to buy this. And buy this to go up. But if we break this, we'll likely go into a 4-hour candle down here. So I'm scraping the bottom here. You just want to watch that candle with me, you can. That's what I'm doing right now in the background. So this is what I was buying earlier. This is this candle right here. And it's very dangerous because what they'll do is they'll slip this under and then roll this fucker big time down. So I'm scraping this right here. Or I scraped this earlier. So watch that white line right there. I got to watch it pretty closely here, so. And I most definitely don't want to see a new low right here. This one right here, I don't want to see that one either. You can watch 2 of these with me. It's way lower. Used call out's 67. I think we're going down there. I'm just doing an intraday trade here. I don't have any fear at all that we're not going down there. See, we just broke the first one right here. That's that green one right here. See it? So watch my cursor here. And see how we're doing it right now. So this here is telling you that we're fucked. And they're going to try to sell this close in a big way. Not at the moment, but we're going to be fucked here in just a minute. A little bit. Within the next 4 hours. Still not there yet. Still not there yet. I'm still long. I haven't closed. I need to see a break of 6777.26. So I'm still long here. I have not closed. Oh shit, we got a presser.
Keep in mind, we are shortly expecting comments from White House Press Secretary
I'm still
Leavitt.
long here. I haven't
Live
closed
video is
anything.
on the feed for those interested.
We still haven't put the low in that's needed, so we're really fucking close. The low so far is 6777.89. It's really fucking close. I'll turn her on in the background here in case there's anything imperative we need to know. I've got her on right now. I don't have the video on, but just the audio. If she just goes batshit crazy, I'm not going to play her. How do I change the playback speed? How do I change the... I don't want custom speeds. I don't know what's going on here. I got to watch this closely here.
Bitcoin now falls to a fresh 4-month low, last down 5.5% at around $100,992.
Yeah, we're pushing like this level here. Like we're in this like I was posting inside the Discord. I'm like, we're literally sitting on a cliff. We're not over the cliff yet, but we're sitting right on it. It's making my butt pucker. I don't know. She could send this to the depths of hell. It's very dangerous where we are right now. All I want to see is if we break this one line right here. I got to keep it on a small line so I can see it closely. They'll sometimes do it within a penny. Like they'll break it by like one fucking penny and then I won't see it. The algorithm, like the computers are extremely like let's check something really quick here. And these fucks are taking me right to the start here. This is going to trigger my stops right here. Need 7 more cents. SPX low 34, need below 26. Looks like she's starting here in just a moment. You hear that? Why is that audio output so low? All right, they're coming on here in just a minute. There's no market manipulation on Palantir. They front ran the fucking ER. Palantir's stock drops 6% in valuation concerns as CEO carp rips short seller market manipulation. That's not true. They fucking front ran the goddamn ER. Still long here. They're coming back down for me right now. They're trying. Do not sell puts there. What I'm doing here is extremely dangerous. I'm on like the literal edge. Don't touch it. Do not sell puts there. They're about they're like 11 cents away on SPX from opening the downstairs. Do not do it yet. They're almost there. 37. Okay, so the down move is now open. We just traded 05. We should squeeze here, but we're going to roll to the downside. So I'm going to close my position here in just a minute. And I'm going to switch to puts here. Targeting 670. $30.
We are shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility. Thirteen counterparties take $16.983 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
72.37.
Oh, yeah. Forgot you guys were up here. Yeah, there was a debate about the door. There was a debate about the door. Something about the temperature. That's what people were saying. Many people were saying. People familiar with the situation.
They are. No, it's ours. Oh, good.
Yeah, you could say that. I could.
So many colors you can wear this day.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm all for it. Why are you looking at me the wrong way? A lot.
Last
A
time
lot.
in Asia, it was
E-L-
like 2 weeks.
E-L-A-A-D. I think, right? That's what
It's
it's
a lot.
like.
It's a lot.
It means what? God forever. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, July. The month. Okay. But it sounds nice. At least it's not like Pepe or Pablo. Yeah, switch it up. Jose, yeah. Hey, good to see you. Nothing wrong with that. It's just. Or Jorge Ventura. Yeah. First and last.
I've already included it in a note before. I don't know. Singapore. I actually did mention it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this
And
beautiful
White House
fall
Press Secretary
afternoon.
Leavitt has now started
We are
speaking
now
at the
on
press briefing.
Day 35
Voice news
of
disconnected.
the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting American families, workers, and businesses with this shutdown to fight for free health care for illegal aliens and to appease their radical left-wing base. And it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported at air traffic control facilities compared to last year. TSA checkpoint wait times ballooned past 3 hours at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, with some passengers enduring up to 5 hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to put country over party and vote to end this reckless shutdown. In other news, tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's historic election victory, where he won nearly 80 million votes, the popular vote, in all 7 swing states. This was the ultimate poll on November 5th. The president secured a mandate to make America great again, and he has delivered in record time. Never before have we had a president who has kept their promises like President Trump has. I'd like to go over a few of those with you. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people. The president ended the southern border invasion of the Biden administration, made our border the most secure in history, and he is carrying out the largest mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens in our nation's history to protect our homeland, just as promised. President Trump has aggressively taken on drug cartels by declaring them as foreign terrorist organizations and even blowing up narco-terrorists who have tried to poison the American people with fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. President Trump defeated the Biden inflation crisis, and he continues to implement a pro-growth, America First economic agenda to make America affordable again, and we are seeing the results of that every day. Inflation has remained low and steady, averaging just 2.5% compared to the painful average of 5% under Biden, and we know it was historically higher than that for most of President Biden's term. Meanwhile, real private sector wages are on track to rise by almost $1,500 since President Trump took office, a significant change to the Biden years where private sector wages declined and were being wiped out by inflation. President Trump has ended the reckless war on American energy and unleashed energy dominance, with gas prices now plummeting to their lowest average levels in more than 4 years. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to rebalance America's trade deals, protect American workers, and returning our country to be a manufacturing superpower once again. As a result, the president has secured trillions and trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments into the United States, which are creating high-paying jobs for the greatest workforce in the world. The president has restored America's place as the leader of the free world through his unwavering peace through strength foreign policy that has already ended 8 wars and counting. And the president ended illegal DEI initiatives in our federal government and is returning our country to a merit-based society based on common sense. President Trump protected opportunities for women and girls to compete safely and fairly by continuing to keep men out of women's sports. Americans have a president who works tirelessly, literally 24/7, to improve their lives and make our country better than it has ever been before. So with that, today we will open it up to questions, and we will start with our independent journalist in our new media seat, Julio Rosas. Julio, please start. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So over the weekend in Mexico, a mayor in Michoacan, Carlos Manso, he was assassinated while celebrating Dia de Muertos with his family. His assassination has sparked a lot of outrage. A lot of Mexicans are very upset. They're blaming President Claudia Sheinbaum for not taking the cartel threat seriously enough. Yesterday, she said that, once again, she's not going to allow any foreign military intervention to take on the cartels on Mexican soil, and that Mexico is not going to pursue a drug war similar to what they've done in the past. So my question is President Trump satisfied with Claudia Sheinbaum's approach to cartels? And if not, has Manso's assassination kind of opened up some new options for the United States to pursue regarding cartels?
Well, first of all, with respect to this specific news item and this alleged assassination that took place in Mexico, I know the Trump administration, we are aware of that, and of course we condemn all political violence anywhere in all forms. As for Claudia Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with her, I think he has a lot of respect for her as president of Mexico, and he also really appreciates the coordination that she has provided to the Trump administration. I can't speak for her and what she's doing internally in her country. I can speak for the president in saying we are continually pushing Mexico to do more to tackle the drug trafficking and the drug cartels within their country, and we are working with them in any way that we can. And the president has obviously used the full range of executive options in his authorities to crack down on drug trafficking at our southern border and to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and additional actions as well.
Just one more question.
Sure.
So at the Antifa roundtable that we were at just last month, myself and the other panelists made the recommendation to the president for, speaking of foreign terrorist organizations, to have Antifa not just be domestic terrorist organization, but be designated as a foreign terrorist organization since they have cells in other countries. He mentioned to Secretary Rubio, because he was in the room at the time, to look into that. So I just wanted to see if there's an update on that.
Sure. That process is most definitely taking place. I don't have any announcements for you on that today, but I can certainly assure you the administration is working on it, and I'll check in on it and get back to you, Julio. It's a good question. Thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Zoran Mamdani blamed the president for bomb threats and intimidation at polling locations. He said, quote, part of the general approach of the Trump administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example of how the Democrat Party unfortunately stands for nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump. And I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown, Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day, when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can. And the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talk to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Can you help clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits? Because
Sure.
the president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with a court order to expend the full amount of SNAP contingency funds by end of business day yesterday. So did the administration distribute that money or defy that court order?
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future, and that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who
I thought they
need
could do just a
food,
quorum
who
vote
need
or
this
something.
assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those
I thought
payments
just like a
out the
straight
door.
vote could
So if
reopen
you
the
are at home and you
government.
want your SNAP benefits, call the
I want
Democrats
the government
and tell them
closed,
to
I'll be
reopen
honest
the
with you.
government.
Blocking that contingency fund for the future if this shutdown lingers on?
Look, the president does not want to have to continue to dip into a contingency fund that doesn't even have enough money, by the way, to fund the full program. It takes $9 billion
Yeah, I think,
to get the full scale of the benefits
from
out
what I
the
read
door.
yesterday,
This contingency
the
fund only
Republicans
has
can
about
just
$5
do a
billion
vote, like
in
a
it.
straight
So,
vote,
again,
and
Democrats need
reopen.
to reopen the government so we
They
can
don't
get
need the
these benefits
Democrats,
out
from
the
my
door for
understanding.
people who truly need them. Kate.
The president suggested that if Mamdani wins, that he would cut federal funding to New York. How much funding would be impacted? What would be impacted?
I want it to
Well,
stay
look,
closed.
we
I
won't
want
get
to stay
ahead of the
closed until the
election results,
midterms.
Nor will I speak to what the president may do in the future. We'll see how tonight goes.
I'd like
and
to
then
see
I'll
what
let him
happens in the
speak on it further.
midterms.
And why did the administration exclude Democratic lawmakers last week? There was a briefing.
I want to see what
about
that
US
election
strikes
looks
on
like
alleged, drug
with a closed
trafficking votes.
government.
Why were those Democrats excluded?
I don't think
The
either side would.
administration
I
has
think the
briefed
Democrats would
Congress
allow
on
it,
these
but I don't think the
matters
Republicans
8
would. I
separate
wouldn't if I was
times. The
Republican.
Democrats
There's no
have been
fucking
included
way.
in those briefings. In fact,
I would
I
just
know
say,
that
we're
Secretary
forced to
Rubio will
reopen
be
the
on
government or
Capitol
something
Hill
like that.
tomorrow, to brief the Gang of 12, which includes Democrats.
What do you
as well.
call them?
So
The
president's made it very clear. If senators want to understand
terrorist
the administration's operations against narco
forced
drug
us to reopen the
traffickers, we
government.
are very happy to speak with them about that, and we will continue to do so. But we've been incredibly transparent. As I said, there's been 8 briefings on this topic, with the 9th
I thought
coming
that the
tomorrow.
DNC should
Rachel.
just come out and say we don't want it reopened.
There's been some reporting out there about
Oh, that would be
the
great.
possibility of furloughed workers not getting back pay.
The DNCs, though, they're like, like wet blanket.
In his first term. Does the administration guarantee that all furloughed workers will get back pay?
This is something we are very
They ain't got
much
no
open
fucking
to
balls.
discussing with
They
the
couldn't fight their way out
Democrats
of
as
a
part
fucking
the
wet paper bag if they
discussions
tried.
about the continuing resolution to keep the government open, and it's something that Republicans are talking with
But I think it'd be
Democrats
great if
about
they
right now.
did.
I won't get ahead of those negotiations or discussions.
I think the White House would freak the fuck out if they said that.
I just said Republicans in the White House are very much open to
The
discussing
Democrats
this
just
with
said, "Fuck it, we ain't reopening it. Well, let's see what happens in the midterms." I think like the whole press would just stop and fucking shit themselves.
Personally doing to try to see an end to this.
He's pushing Republicans to
The
keep
DNC's
voting
not like
and to
that
keep
though. They
opening
like
up
they
the Senate
can't
floor
they
to
couldn't
vote
fight
for
their way out of a
clean
paper bag if they were
continuing
trying.
resolution. He has
Thanks
the
so much. I
Senate
gotta answer
Majority
this
Leader
call from
and
my
the
bank.
House Caucus Leader Hakeem Jeffries here at the White House to talk about this in the very early stages, to give them a chance to come to their senses and avoid this entire government shutdown at the very beginning, and they chose not to. And I think it's been very clear to everyone in this room and to everyone across the country that the Democrats are playing partisan politics with our United States federal government. And all Republicans have wanted to do for the last 35 days is reopen the government. That has been the president's position since day one. It is his position today on day 35. And all we need are 5 common sense Democrats with have a little bit of courage and come to the table and vote with Republicans. I saw Senator John Fetterman on television last night saying that he hopes more folks in his party will step up. And we certainly agree with him on that point. Sure.
Caroline, the president posted on True Social that the voting underway in California is, quote, rigged. What evidence does he have of that, and what does it mean that mail-in ballots in that state are under legal and criminal review? By whom and why? And also, in this vein, does the White House still plan to issue an executive order banning mail-in voting, and what legal authority do you have to do that?
The White House is working on an executive order to strengthen our elections in this country and to ensure that there cannot be blatant fraud, as we've seen in California with their universal mail-in voting system. It's absolutely true that there's fraud in California's elections. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. They have a universal mail-in voting system, which we know is ripe for fraud. And if you want to deny that, I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence for it. I'd be glad to send that to you after this briefing.
Rigged.
Fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There's countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide them. As for executive action the White House is taking, yes, we are looking into that. And like any executive order, of course, any executive order the president signs is within his full executive authority and within the confines of the law. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got 2 questions I'd like to ask you about New York, but first I'd like to ask you about breaking news from the Attorney General. She revealed just about an hour ago that the Biden Justice Department seized President Trump's official first-term phone and subpoenaed his private phone records. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, do we know if they actually got those private call records?
I saw the Attorney General's post on that. For additional questions, I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but I think this is just further evidence of the egregious overreach and weaponization of government that took place under the previous White House against then former President and now President Donald J. Trump. It was a clear effort by the Biden White House and the Biden DOJ to go after the president, and this is just further evidence of that.
On New York, we've seen the president's messages that he's put out, but could you describe how he's feeling as a New Yorker watching this election?
Well, the president is a New Yorker and he loves New York. It is his home. He talks about that all of the time, and he's made his thoughts on this election quite clear, I think, himself. In the back, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
I was going to you in the green, but go ahead and then you can have your question.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports that President Trump was due to host President of Syria, Ahmad al-Sharia, on Monday. Do you have any preview for that meeting? Is he expected to invite him to join the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition?
I can confirm that that meeting will be taking place here at the White House on Monday, and this is part of the president's efforts in diplomacy to meet with anyone around the world in the pursuit of peace. And as you know, when the president was in the Middle East, he made the historic decision to lift sanctions on Syria to give them a real chance at peace. And I think the administration, we've seen good progress on that front under their new leadership. And so he will be here at the White House on Monday, and I'll let the president speak further on it on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I was just curious, you had mentioned there that President Trump, as we know, has been speaking with Republican leaders in Congress about reopening the government. Is he involved in any other negotiations? And is he prepared to sign something if a deal does come out by the end of this week? On top of that, with SNAP benefits, does he have any authorities or considering any authority there to release more funds to help people who are desperately needing these benefits?
So look, I think I've already answered the question on SNAP. We're complying with the court's order and we're getting that partial payment out the door as much as we can and as quickly as we can, but it's going to take some time because again, this is a prorated payment that we're tapping into a contingency fund for. The best way to get those payments out the door is for Democrats to reopen the government. But yes, the president is in constant communication with his friends on Capitol Hill. They know, they call, he answers, he picks up the phone. He's a very transparent president in that way. And as soon as the Democrats pass the clean continuing resolution, President Trump will be here to sign it. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump has threatened to go into Nigeria guns a-blazing if Nigeria's government does not stop the killing of Christians in that country. Has the White House heard back from Nigeria's government on this threat?
As the president stated, Michael, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may take action to wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities, especially against innocent women and children. I don't have any further announcements on that for you today, but I can assure you the President of the United States is watching this situation unfold very closely, as is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Caroline, President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. He has not by name endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia's gubernatorial race. Why is that?
Look, as you know from this podium, I'm quite limited in what I can say with regards to ongoing political elections. I think the president has spoken for himself and what he wants to see take place in these elections today. I think he feels very positive and strongly about it. As you know, he recently, a few weeks back, spoke to Prime Minister directly when he celebrated in the Oval Office Diwali with many high-ranking Indian American officials here at the White House. We have a great U.S. ambassador to India in Mr. Sergio Gore, who will represent our country very well. And the president and his trade team continue to be in very serious discussions with India with respect to that topic. So I know the president has great respect for Prime Minister Modi, and they speak pretty frequently. Thank you.
Hi, yes. The air traffic controller crisis ongoing. Secretary Duffy said he will now start to cancel and ground flights next week to maintain safety. Should people fly next week given this new information, and is the administration encouraging people to stop flying altogether and look at alternative transportation modes?
The administration is encouraging Democrats to reopen the federal government so this chaos and disruption to our air traffic control system in the United States of America stops. It is ridiculous that we have even gotten to this place and that the Democrats have continued to shut down the government with 35 days, our air traffic controllers continuing to work unpaid, every single major airline in our country coming out and begging the Democrats to please reopen the government. And you had a Democrat staffer who was quoted, I believe in Politico a few weeks back, saying, short of planes falling out of the sky, we are not going to reopen the government. That is a reckless and dangerous statement from someone who didn't want to put their name on that statement, but we know it came from the Democrat Party. And I think we're very clear. We want to reopen the government so we can resume travel in the safest and most efficient way possible, especially as we head into the busiest travel
Like
season
today,
of the
like
month.
banking.
We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks. And so
It's like,
Americans across the country need to make it very clear.
I don't know if this is for
to their
everybody or
Democrat
just for me or
representatives
whatever.
that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel. Fran.
My banking is like layers and layers of security, and then if I do anything abnormal, I trigger like fraud warnings on my bank. It's like I went to New York City and I was triggering fraud warnings, and so I'm like in the middle of doing stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And I like left notes and stuff in my bank and stuff. Didn't matter. Like, I pinged it like 4 times while I was there.
The president is aware of the
I mean, I realized that I don't live in New York City.
Flags
I have had fraud committed against me once as an adult. It was fucking brutal.
Trump willing to expend to get
Trading.
Republicans to do what he's asking?
I had someone break into my brokerage. I'm assuming that's like a flag or something.
Trump planning to do
Like on me or
outside of
something like
these
that.
two socials and maybe some
So,
conversations to get Republicans to fall in line.
Look, I think you'll see. I think you'll see the president continue to engage very
Anyways,
strongly and
sorry I had to take that phone
with his
call.
friends
And I got
on
to do
Capitol
this
Hill. I
thing
don't have
right
any
now in the
meetings to read
background.
out for you at
They're
this
like
time, but I think
communicating
you
with
should
me through
stay tuned and keep your eyes on
their
True
stuff
Social
or
on this
whatever.
matter. The president's making his position on it quite clear.
And they like
again,
want to make sure
he
it's
is
me
right.
again and stuff like
Republicans
that.
need
And
to play tough. We know that this is what the Democrats will do if they are ever given the keys to power again. And he wants to pass as many good pieces of legislation as we possibly can for our country.
I'm
and
still
for our
on
people.
calls
That
here. I haven't
includes
sold anything.
election
Just a
integrity
heads up to you out
reforms.
there. And I haven't
It
bought
includes,
puts yet either.
Additional tax policy. It includes, fixing our immigration that only
Haven't
Congress
closed
can.
calls, haven't
And the
bought
president
puts.
fears
Like I
with a
couldn't close my
Democrat party that
calls
is
where I
so
want to close
radical
them.
and
Can't
opposes
fucking open
everything
puts
he
where I
does
want to
and
buy
everything
them.
he says.
So I'm
This
just
is the
kind of
only
stuck in
option for
here doing nothing.
Karen.
And I'm like watching all along. I'm also got my stops triggered on BYND, but I haven't closed those either because I'm still watching a 4-hour candle on that
He
shit.
does not know him personally. He
So
means
I'm
he does not
still
have a
long
personal
on
relationship with this
BYND too.
And when it comes to pardons, the White
So
House
like I haven't
takes
done a
them
goddamn
with
thing.
the
I haven't made any
utmost
changes to my
seriousness, and
trade
the
plan
president
yet.
understands
Or
the
I've got changes to my
responsibility
trade
that
plan.
he
I just
has
haven't
as
executed
president
anything yet.
to issue clemency and issue pardons to individuals who are seeking that. That's why we have a very thorough review process here that moves with the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. There's a whole team of qualified lawyers.
I apologize
who
for
look at
interrupting the
every
show for that.
single
I
pardon
got to do this
request
stuff
that
because
ultimately make their way
it's
up
so
to the President
annoying.
of the United States.
Like
He's the
I get
ultimate
so
final
annoyed with this
decision-maker.
stuff, and it's
And
like
he was very clear when he came into office
it's hard
that he
to
was most interested in looking at pardoning
function when this
individuals
shit
who
happens
were,
to me.
Abused and used by the Biden Department
So these
of
are the young
Justice
Jim
and were
Bros right here.
over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ.
The old Jim
And
Bros are up
the individual you're
here.
referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the
They're still
judge
kind
in
of
his
parked
case
up
said
here.
that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious.
They're being
and went
pushed
too
higher
far.
slightly,
And so
just
the
to give you guys
president
some
is
reference
correcting
here.
that wrong, and he has officially ended the
There's the
Biden
young Jim
administration's
Bros.
war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon. Karen, yes.
Back on the issue of back pay for furloughed workers. You said that
You're
the
not
White
going to
House
get
is
through
open
this
to
too
discussing
easily.
that with
This
Democrats,
W
but
here
what
is
would that discussion
barely
be?
strong
There was a
support.
law the president
We
signed
need
in
like a
2019.
catalyst to get through
What
this
could
here,
the
this
discussion look like?
640,
Why is that even
74,
open for
75.
discussion?
Look, Karen, as I said,
We
Republicans
could
are
end up
talking about that
waiting
with
to
Democrats
break
right
through
now, and I
this.
don't
It
wanna
could
get
take
in the
like
middle
3 or
of
4
those
hours.
sensitive conversations. But as we've
And
complied with
because the door is open doesn't mean we go down there either. We need like a catalyst. We need like some kind of like. I was figuring there'd be something like she would say something
the Republicans are discussing
that could send us down there, but I haven't heard. I was listening to her and the lady on the phone, and I couldn't hear anything that she said that would create that catalyst. So.
Policy facing a legal challenge. What's at stake with that case, and if the Supreme Court ruled against the Trump administration,
we need a
what would plan be
catalyst.
for
You can't have her just
I'll
like.
tell you, the White House is always preparing for Plan B.
And I
It would
hate
be
listening to her.
imprudent
I don't know
of
if you know this out there, but I'm a
advisors
Democrat.
Not to prepare for such a situation. With that said,
I put my
we are
trader hat off so that I can make money on no matter who. Like if Biden does, or if any Democrat doesn't trade the market with us, I just don't even play those people. But you know the White House is very aware of the stock market, so I do listen to them.
Must have the
and I remove that fucking hat because it's money, right?
Look at what President Trump has been able to do.
So I'm looking to
with the
see, wait
leverage
for her
and
to
the
say
power
some
of
kind
tariffs.
of like
He's been able
devastating
to sign peace deals all over
market
the world
thing that can
end
send us
global
down
conflicts
there,
and
but
literally
her
save
just
lives.
blabbing on
He's
about
been able to
bullshit that
bring
we already
in
know
trillions of
isn't the
dollars
catalyst
of
that we're looking for.
investments into our country. In fact, this year alone, we are going to cut the deficit.
Oh,
by
if you guys don't, okay, so you don't know who young and old Jim Bros are?
Namely because
so when we get into
of
like
the
sell
president's
side kind of
effective
stuff, or like we're
And
we're
the
trying to get
president
down
strongly
to.
believes that
So ultimately, we're trying to get down
economic
to
security is a
like
matter of
6
national
or
security.
667.
Tariffs have a lot to do with that.
So
And
when
this-
we're on
this
sell
case is
side,
not just
we're
about
still buy
President Trump.
side, but
It's about
when we're
the
trying to
use
get down
of
to
this
that number,
emergency
I'll post
authorization
up
for
if we ever go
tariffs
like
for
full
future
sell side,
presidents'
like we're selling this
administrations to
market.
We're confident and
I'll
hopeful
bring
that the
these
Supreme
guys
Court will
out.
do
They're
the right
called
thing.
Old Jim Bros and Young Jim Bros. Now, Young Jim Bros are your weak sellers. They're the most dangerous sellers.
Look, as President Trump
Your
said, he would
sell
inquire
point
with the
is from
physicians.
the
I'll check
old
back
Jim
on that.
Bros.
But
So
as the physical itself
you have
stated, Kristen, and
YGB.
as you all know,
I'm not
because
going to
you were all
draw like
witness to
write it
every
out
single
for
day, the
anymore
president
because so
is
many
in
people know what they
optimal
are.
Physical health. This was a
And
follow-up
this is
appointment, and we
OGB.
provided a detailed readout
Think
of
about
that
your
physical.
think
I'm
about
happy
your
to give it to you again, and I can
your young Jim Bro is like a FOMO put buyer. Your old Jim Bro is like me. You want the pain in the inverse. So you want to be like up here to sell. So the big sellers are right about here for a larger
As I
move
said, I'll
down.
check back for you. Go ahead.
So this is where they are up here. Now this is your young Jim Bro. These are the weakest sellers. At a moment's notice, like you could fucking
Sure, yes.
cut a fart
The United States is
of good
actively
news,
engaged
and
in
the market
efforts to
would
bring
go
about a
fucking
peaceful
vertical,
resolution
right up here.
to the terrible conflict
So
in
it's very
Sudan.
dangerous
We
to
remain
be
committed to working with our
inputs
international
from right
partners,
here.
including Quad
Like, hey, I'm going
members,
to institute
Egypt,
puts right
Saudi
here.
Arabia, the UAE,
So when I
as well
said
as
to you
others
that I
lead
have
a
not,
negotiated
hold on,
peace
so let me
process
mute
that
her
addresses
for a
both the
minute here. So when I said to you, I'm trying to close some calls now, but I haven't closed them, and I want to close them here. So if I can't close them there's no point in me closing them there. So I haven't been able to get out of those calls, right? And I said to you, I want to buy some puts, right? In the Discord, I was like, I want to buy some puts. But I haven't been able to close the calls and buy puts. So I want to be able to get high enough to exit calls so I don't lose all my money. And I also want to buy puts for this down leg when they're cheap. Like you buy calls when they're cheap to sell them when they're expensive. Does that make sense? It's basically the inverse of, buying dips. So for bulls and stuff, I used to do this whole like young Jim Bro and old Jim Bro. And why do I call them young Jim Bros and old Jim Bros is because young Jim Bros miss leg day and old Jim Bros don't. Old Jim Bros work their whole entire body. They're kind of nasty looking, right? They got big fucking giant calves and they got big big quads, and they fucking work every part of their body out, and they get it all hairy and gross. And they're really good at what they do, right? Where a young guy is kind of dumb, right? They forget leg day. They might do their lats. They don't do their back, so they got like nice lats and nice shoulders. But if you look behind their backs, you're like, oh my God, that guy's got no fucking, I could push that fucker right over. You know what I mean? He looks good on paper, but, you just step on his foot and push him, he'd go down. Kick him in the fucking ankle, he'd be on the ground whining like a bitch. So you try that shit with like some greasy old man with like steroid, been training for fucking 40 years. He'd probably knock my fucking block off me. So you don't fuck with those guys. Well, no, it's like Marco is, we used Marco as a heel. It's like Marco wasn't really Marco Kolakovic or whatever his name is. He represents like, he basically represents CTAs, COTs, vol control gang. That's a whole different seller. That's a completely different fucking seller from your intraday trading. I should probably write some of this stuff out for the new people. Marco's a whole different guy. Marco only comes in, like when you hear things like CTAs or sellers in all scenarios, you'll hear sometimes CTAs or sellers on a down tape below this number. You'll see sometimes CTAs are only sellers if we hit these highs. So right now, Marco's like he's a seller in all scenarios right now. But we don't know how deep he's a seller. So he's not really as important right now. Marco becomes really important if we reject like the daily trigger with a new low. Marco would come into play again, and you don't want to fuck with him under there either. Marco will fucking sell this market like we did in February, April, especially that last leg. That would be Marco. So Marco's a whole different thing. And then you have your real sellers and your fake sellers. You have your real bulls, and then no to buy, capitulation, and your real sellers are right here. They're higher. They're not sitting right here. Do you know how to know who those are? I'm going to show you guys how you can tell who these people are. It's like an intraday basis, right? You want to see where they are and stuff, I'll show you. So Marco came, or not Marco, the old Jim Bro came in over here. He sold this right here in this half-hour trigger. Right here. Came back down here, and he moved lower. So he's right over here. And he's right about, normally it's right about here. It's right about this first mark right here. So he's like right about here. He'll move down again. So he sent us down over here. Right? Down here. And your young Jim Bro comes into play right here. So your young Jim Bro, he's the FOMO guy. So we blast down right here, right? This guy then steps in, and he wants... So here's your old Jim Bro. He's up here. He sold this. Your young Jim Bro gets caught up in this. So he gets rope-a-doped up here. He thinks we're going down here. He buys some more puts down here. He gets fucking rope-a-doped again. He's seeing this right here. He's like, oh, fuck yeah, man. We're going to start making some money. But this guy hasn't made any money yet. He started making money like right, or he positioned right here. And he got rope-a-doped up here, over here. He's probably flat or red right now. And he's the supply on sell side. Okay. So he's the supply for puts. Now this guy might get paid. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he will make some money. Cha-ching. He'll make some cash. He's happy. But most frequently what happens is that your young Jim Bro is upside down. He starts getting burned. He lets go of his puts, and his stops get taken. So what we'll do is we'll squeeze up here, and Marco will step in again. Not Marco, but the old Jim Bro will step in again, and he'll reload puts. So hold on here. So if we squeeze up here, right, he gets torched. He reloads puts. We roll back down again, and this guy over here, will jump back in again over here. So what'll happen is oftentimes up here, back down, right? Something like this, and the way down. So this guy will get blown out. He'll see that it's rolling again. He won't jump in until we're already down here. And then he'll buy more puts up here, and maybe he'll get some money. This guy's usually the loser. Don't ever trust this fucking guy. You can't trust young Jim Bros ever. So I try to keep this here for people so they can see where you should enter, where you should exit, that kind of stuff. If that makes any fucking sense. If it doesn't, it will for you. If you're new to this. If you're not new here, you'll know what you already know what I'm talking about, because we've been doing old Jim Bros around and young Jim Bros since like the last 2 bear markets. And we'll watch these guys. If you're going to a bear market, you'll get to know who these guys are, because this will tell you where you should actually be executing shorts or puts or stuff like that. If that makes any fuck. I'm still on calls right now. Like, I'm still in calls. I have not fucking sold calls yet. And I haven't bought puts yet because I can't exit where I want to exit. I can't enter puts. Now, there is something good here. The doorway to down below is open right now. So I want to show you that here. So you see this white line right here. It doesn't even go down, but the door is open. So we just spent all this time right here. We're like pounding. And if you see this line that I drew in earlier up here, that's where the old Jim Bros are. So what they're going to do is they're more than likely going to wait up here. And because that door is open, they're going to take a shot at that trade down. Does that make sense or no? You'll get it. I do the inverse of this for bulls. It's the same fucking shit. It's just in reverse. There's no difference. This would be kind of like a this moment right here would be, you guys are, if you're a bear, right? If you're a sell side here, you ever notice how like middle of the day we're gonna uptrend all day long, and then like 2 o'clock, 2:30, 1:30, we get a new 4-hour candle. You'll see the market go down and fade, and then it'll go ramp up into the close or whatever. Same shit's going on in the reverse right now. So what I will do is I'll try to exit my calls up here and position for a downstroke to the downside. If that makes any sense. Sometimes these guys make it like young Jim Bros make money. They just don't make it consistently. So this is all still alive right here too. Like this whole thing is this whole thing is still real. Hold on here. So this whole thing is real right here. It's still valid. They're just gonna squeeze out these dipshits right here. More than likely, they're gonna squeeze these assholes up. Start fading this back down again. You'll get like something like this will drop back down again and over. If that makes any sense, I don't know, but anyways, young Jim Bros, they'll get squeezed out right here, and they won't join back in until we're down here. They're horrible traders. They're just like bulls that suck. So you'll see. They're getting smoked right now. Their stops are being taken. They're right here. They're thinking that they're going to be fine. Like, oh my God, my shit's on fire. And there's probably a trader right now out there, like a put buyer. And he's like, oh my God, I got just waiting for the fucking roll right here. Please save my ass into the close. And we'll see. They're more than likely going to take all this shit. And what I will do is I will exit in the green on my calls, and I will try to enter some puts. This is kind of how you don't get blown up when you're in a trade. Like, you know where you are in the market. You know that you're taking on risk. And even if you're taking on risk at this place where you can kind of get blown out, there's always an exit for you. So this is the place. This was the place right here to buy calls. You guys know this stuff? Like, hold on here. So let me show you guys a few things here. So why am I doing what I'm doing here? So let me just show you why. So hold on, I'll show you why. Hold on a second here. Hide drawings? Can I hide drawings? Okay, so what am I looking for? This is 5 a.m. down here, right? So these 5 a.m. buyers came in. They bought it up, right? And then you see some more buyers come in here at 9:30. These are the cash market buyers, right? So you see this right here? So these are cash market buyers right here, right? And we traded down to right about here, right? I didn't have no trade on or nothing. We came down right here. And I placed the long trade right here. Why did I place the long trade right there? Tell me why. You know why? Well, because these fuckers came right here, didn't they? And these fuckers came slightly higher than these guys, right? And they came in, right? So these buyers were here, buyer. Here's a buyer right here. Right? So these buyers took it up. And they made a new high, right? Get the high, new high. So these buyers are implied to be strong. Right? So we come back down in here, and I have to take a guess as to where I think they are. That's right here, right? They started right here. I'm assuming they're going to be somewhere in here. We watched us not turn around here, so I was like, maybe they're lower. That's okay. So we come down here, right? So you know all this, right? So we start right here, and they try to escape, and they fail. They try to escape, and they fail, and I go, fuck. If you remember in the show, I said, God damn it, I'm fucked. These buyers are fake. So what did we do? We ripped right through all the buyers, took these buyers out, and most of these buyers, not all of them, but enough of them. Enough, like 80% of them. So that means these buyers are fucking fake. They're not here. They're not committed, and they don't give a fuck. And we're heading into the end of the day, right? You guys understand this? So, So while I'm in this call, with these buyers over here, what does the dealer want me to do? The dealer wants me to close. I might lose my money here, but and I'll explain more about this in a second here. But I'll bring back the gym. Oh, we'll just hold on a second here. I'm just going to delete the drawing so we don't have to deal with it. So hold on here. So this is the young gym bro, right? I swear to God, I'll be pissed if I lose my money here. But so this is your old gym bro. Remember I said to you that sometimes young gym bros are successful, sometimes they're not. Your best trade is always from the old gym bros, though. Those guys are like, they have an edge. They make money regularly. So I take a position here. I just took a position earlier right here. Okay? A long position. So Cap's long right here. Please, God, don't let the young gym bros take money from me. So here's Cap. So I take this trade. I actually took it back over here. Here's me. And I didn't want to see a few things. I want to see price come up here, right? And break above these guys right here. That didn't happen, right? Failed. Now, if I was day trading, I could take my money and run there. But these guys, I'm assuming, are pretty strong. So I get sent back down. They didn't break where I originally bought. Right there. Still okay. And I didn't break a 4-hour candle, most of the 4-hour candle yet. So I'm like, maybe I'll get one more chance. So I did. I got another chance up here. This is immediately when I knew I was fucked. Right here. Now, most traders, what will happen is they don't know that stuff. So what will happen is they'll get sent down to the dumpster. They'll sell their calls, big L, blown up. In reality, you'd be like, oh, Cap, why don't you take puts in here? Well, because I know they're trying to take my stops. I know they're trying to take my money. They don't give a fuck if we're going down or not. And I'll also be given an exit. So the first exit that I'm given is right here. And right now, this is where I should have exited. And I didn't. Explaining this to you guys. But notice how my original buy-in was right here. And as I'm told that we're not going to escape, they actually gave me an exit right here. So I bought here. I can exit, lick my wounds here. No matter what the outcome is, if we squeeze up or not, I'm given an opportunity to exit. Regardless of a squeeze to the old gym bros, regardless if the young gym bros end up actually being right. It doesn't matter. Now, I'm probably going to get annihilated here. But there's some other information here. There's a new 4-hour candle that's developing here. So you have a 4-hour candle back here. And we have a new 4-hour candle starting. And we broke, I told you, I said, hey, we broke all of these prior buyers from early this morning and at the open of the market. So it's only a matter of time for this new, it's not guaranteed, but for an edge, there's a high probability that the next 4 hours, let's go here and look at this together. I'm going to try to explain this better to you guys here. Hold on. Get rid of this. I'm going to show you a 4-hour candle here. I'm going to show you this right here. I don't know where the fuck these candles are here. Is that the high right there? Hold on here. Go right here. I fucking hate how they do this here. Like, I really hate how they fucking do this. That's 680. Wish I could show you this on a different chart. Like, TradingView sucks at this stuff in my view. It's roughly like right here. I usually watch this somewhere else, but Okay, so this is the prior 4 hours right here, okay? And then there's another 4-hour candle right here. And we have like this new 4-hour candle. This lasts until the close today, right? And they're trying to pound. And they took most of this candle. You can see they took it to like a tick here. I see it right in here. They took this, like, almost erased this entire candle right here. So what they're going to try to do for this next 4 hours is they're going to try to make this next 4-hour candle. It doesn't mean it happens, but they're going to try to make this next 4-hour candle, which would be here. They're kind of wonky here, but this next 4-hour candle, they're going to try to come down to the next known support, which I think is 670. I'm not showing it to you here, but I think it's 672.37, somewhere in there. So we have to fill this candle right here. And sometimes the young gym bros will have it. They'll make it right here. We'll blast down. But other times, most oftentimes, you'll see like one capitulation move by the buyer, and they'll fail and send it down. If that makes any fucking sense to any of you out there, but I don't know if it does or doesn't. I don't really care. But at any rate, you can see that this candle's been erased, right? This 4-hour candle right here. Most of it has. That means we're going to at least trade this right here. This is 673. We'll at least trade this. We'll trade that 4 a.m. price, 673.77. And then we're also going to be looking for where is this candle in relation to prior price action. And you see this right here? See that one right there? So if the sellers are stronger than the buyers, right, the price action would kind of look like this. It should come back down here, pierce through. Can you see that? Hold on a second here. Watch this right here. So what it'll do is the sellers will attempt to push this down through right about there. They'll take that right there. Get rid of this. So the next 4 hours we're going to try to do is come down here, bang this one, and that one, and that's it. 673, next 4 hours. Now, there's a little gappage down here. They can, like, punish a bull or a buyer or something. Now, the next 4 hours in the overnight or tomorrow, they've opened the door. Well, they haven't actually opened the door. There's a nice little flat right here. But what they can start to do is the next 4 hours thereafter, if they're able to hold themselves up and the half-an-hour trigger comes down, that 75 mark, there's always some supply. And they'll then attempt to break through and smash through some of this demand here. Now, there's an issue. We have this 670 here. We got 670, which is known buyers. They're not going to be easy to get through. And there's my target down here of like 670. I think it's 667.75. Right there. And why I can see the doorway lower here, right? To get down here and like you hit demand, maybe you punish them a little bit. But I already know that the buyers are here. I already know the buyers are here. I already know the buyers are here. I already know the buyers are here. And as long as they don't break through this group right here, and if we bounce on 673 or 667.73, these same group, this massive group of buyers is going to meet up with these sellers up here. And if these buyers are stronger than these big sellers, right? It's like what do you call these guys? The old gym bros up here. And I think that the buyers are bigger than the old gym bros. I would watch price action come down here. and I'm going to observe. So if the buyers are stronger than the old gym bros, what would happen? We would automatically squeeze up, take those old gym bros out, and I go, buyers are stronger. So then I would want the second new high, and that would freak the fuck out of these guys out. Does that make sense? On the back test, I would buy it, and we would start moving higher, and that would also imply that the all-time high is not the all-time high, isn't it? So the old gym bro already knows that he's fucked, even though we haven't gotten there yet. It's the same idea behind over here. So do you remember this day when we blasted down like this? And when we were closing out this day over here, and that Friday we blasted down, and people were like, "Hey, we're gonna fucking we're gonna crash on Monday." I was like, "That's not true." I was like, "We're gonna come back up here." Because I know there's, or at that time I knew there was buyers there, and I was like, "These buyers are going to buy, and they need to fail where the old gym bros are," and they didn't fail. They overran the old gym bros right here, and there was like a tick in here and It was like it was like Monday or Tuesday. There was like a moment, like in the middle of the day, it was like 3 cents or something. And it was very brief. And on the show, I said to people, they're hiding right now that they were overrun. And people were like, "How do you know that?" And I was like, "Well, I know exactly where the buyers and the big buyers, the real sellers are." And the moment we hit that tick, it did not matter what the price action was, we were going to all-time highs. And there was nothing that anyone or anything that they could do to stop that. And so what did we do? What do we do? And we took their fucking legs out up here. The old gym bro. And we massacred them. So the same setup is here right now. We go through this setup all the time, though. It happens every time we do. It's not like just this time. It's every time we get to an all-time high. This is how you trade it, and it's repetitive. It happens every single fucking time. If that makes any fucking sense, I don't know, but there's some other things about this that I'm not telling you right now, but that's the basic. So let's go see who these guys are. So we got Cap over here. We got the young gym bros, right? Cap was the buyer over here. And why is Cap not sold out down below or bought his puts? Because I know better. I have time in market. You're not going to take my money. You might cut me up a little bit, but you're not going to take my money. I'm always afforded an exit. You can look at this. Just this price action right here. Like we're looking at this on a 1-minute chart. You can use this same price action on a hourly frame, a 4-hour frame, a daily frame, a weekly frame, a monthly frame, a quarterly frame. Listen to me on that. A quarter bar. So when people say there's things as like black swans, there's no such thing. You're always afforded an orderly exit in every single market on every single time frame. It might take a while on higher frames, but you're always sometimes quick on a higher frame, but sometimes it's slow. You're always afforded an orderly exit out of the market. If there was ever truly a black swan, you'd see banks would blow up every fucking 3 or 5 years. Bankers aren't smart. Like fucking Wall Street, you think the street's not that smart? I don't give a fuck what fucking school they went to. They're not that fucking smart. Like your general, like I was at a GS party this weekend. Like the general worker at a GS party, they're just regular people. They sit in these big fucking cubicles with like thousands of them in a big room, or smaller versions of that or whatever. But they're like big elephants. They need time to get in and out of trades on those scales. But at any rate, so I'm here, and I'm making what's considered a I'm taking as a risky trade, but it's also well thought out and well planned, and I can see every outcome. And in every outcome, I have a plan as to how to trade it. At any rate, here's young Jimbo over here. If they let me out here, let's say we go up here and they do let me out, I'm lucky. This was not going to be because I did anything I was supposed to do. The high probability for me is to have exited my calls here. Right. So for me, the best trade for me was to, so I'll say that. So cap, hold on. So cap went long. Okay. On a risky trade with a very low probability of winning. And I'm like right at the fucking edge here, right? Sitting over the edge here. But I have a plan. I know that if I'm wrong, that will be afforded an exit, right? So cap should exit here. Okay? Right there. This is where I should exit. Now, what would I do here next? What would I do here next? I say, well, I know that we violated this 4-hour candle here. So we need to position for puts. Where would I position for puts? In two places. I would position for puts on a failure here. So if we went up here and started stalling and rolling, I would then execute some puts. If I exit here and we begin to fail immediately down here with a new load right below that line, I would also execute some puts to the downside. Does that make sense? Now, if I get out here because I was blabbing shit, so I didn't exit here, right? I have no edge here. I want you to know that I got no edge. If we squeeze up here, though, I would count myself lucky. Now, let's say we reversed and went up. So I'm looking to buy puts here, right? Or sell calls, whatever the fuck it is you're doing. Go short, I don't care. So let's say you can use any vehicle you want, but let's say cap should exit here. I didn't exit here, right? Or let's say I did exit. So let's say I did exit here. I exited, okay? And I'm looking for either a roll to buy some puts here, or I'm looking to enter some puts up here in a failure. So that down leg, right? Either way, right? And let's say instead we break above the old dirty bastards. I would never look in hindsight and say, I should have just stayed long, bro. Had I just stayed long, I would have saved all my money and I would have made a bunch of money, because I have no edge here. If I run that trade like 100 times, it's going to fail like 60 of them. This is a game about edge. So let's say that I don't do hindsight trading. I forget to get out of my trade like I just did, and we moon up here. And I'm like, fuck, I got out by the skin of my teeth. So I exit my calls, and let's say I'm exiting calls right here, and now I'm looking to buy some puts for the leg down, and instead we pop up. Whoop. This is where FOMO is. FOMO lives right here. And I go, holy fuck, if I just stayed long or hindsighted this and hindsighted that or whatever, it doesn't really matter. I would re-enter on conditions improving in the opposite direction, going up. So I see that big pop right there, and I go, holy fuck, look at that. Comes back down over here. I go, we just broke through the OGBs over here. So now I'm looking for the 5 minute to come up and the 1 minute to come up, and we zigzag back down here, and I see one more pop right here. And I'm like planning all of this and adjusting as I go. I jump back on right here and I go, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go long. We just broke through these assholes over here, and I'm going to go long up here. So I was able to like go long here, not get eaten alive, not blow up my account. I'm looking to go short, and I see something against my thesis or conditions change. I'm able to take that long again and literally switch like that and take the long and make a bunch of money and exit the market and end my day and go, woo, it was a hairy one earlier today. And I was like, I was losing a lot of money, then I was a little bit of lost money, then I started making some money, and then I ended the day green. And this all sounds easy, but it's not. You have to know where you have edge, where you don't have edge, where probability is on your side and against you. And the biggest danger of this is hindsight trading. The biggest danger here is hindsight trading. The worst thing about this right now, right where this is if we squeeze up right now, a lot of you would say to yourself, he should have just stayed long. That's not true. I'm telling you, I've run this trade a million fucking times. And you don't have edge in it. You might get lucky. You might get a feeling. It might have worked once for you or even 3 times in a row, but 7 times? Fuck no. Or 7 times. I mean, there's other things in this too, like, so I'm doing hindsight trade and it squeezes up to the OGB. And I'm like, woo, making all this money, man. And all of a sudden I get a big red fucking candle right here. You know, just a big fucking bomb. I'm fucked. It gets bad. So anyways, I only try to take trades that are high probability. Or if I'm putting risk on, I'm in the fucking place to put risk on. If there was a place to buy in a selling day and a down day, it was right fucking here. That was the place to buy. It was the only place you could buy. And sure than shit, I would never have bought this. Because there's a chance of a massive trap in here to the downside. So for me, no. I might trade it on like a 1 minute or whatever, like a 10-second chart. Like you can trade this shit on like a 10-second chart here. Buy this again, maybe. But it's way risky in here. So this leg's not so risky, but time and market. Lose enough of these fucking trades and you're going to know exactly which ones print really hard or give you an edge or whatever. So we'll leave this right here for right now. And let's watch this. So there's a very low probability we actually go up here. We can, but I got to look at my account here in just a minute. Young Jim Bros right here. We did break through the daily buyers over here. That's important to know. We're likely going to plunge to the depths of hell at some point, whether we go up here or not. Does that make sense to any of you guys or no? Oh yeah, I was at my exit level a minute ago. It's not that much money. I got in at like fucking 22 cents or something like that, 20 cents. It was pretty cheap. So hold on a second here. So what we'll do here is we're getting to the end of the day. I got to do a few things for people. I'm going to try to get out here in a minute. So hold on 1 second here. Let me get rid of all this. We're going to start back over here for a minute and just draw this chart because I deleted all this shit. We're going to go to a week. So you guys don't look at this stuff already, but I do. I look at this every morning and night. I'm always looking at weekly candles and monthly candles in the past. And I'm always looking for like, where are the buyers and the sellers? Okay. We're gonna now. I don't show you this on the charts a lot, but here's 1 month. We'll start here. I'm very focused right now on this month in particular. because October was so. I don't normally look at this like intraday or like day to day. I don't look at this, but start a new month. Start of a new month. I'm very interested in this candle here, and there's a reason for it. We don't have up Octobers ever. Sometimes we'll start the month strong and then end weak. Or we'll start the month weak and end strongish, but not with a new high in the month. You understand? This is this month's candle right here. So to me, this month matters to me. This month could be a market top, right? October, market top, crash at the end of the year. So I watch this stuff right now fairly closely. Okay? So there's a month right there. And I'm going to go down to a week. Within, I know that this is what I need for my monthly. This is what I need for my weekly. Right here. And I want you to see something important here. You see this weekly right here? That's juicy, right? So you got 674.90 and you got 651.42. And look what we ticked just now. To a pinstripe. See that right there? These are like little robots. See that right there? That fucking guy wants to open the door to what? What does he want to open the door to? He wants to open the door to what? He wants to open the door down to 651. 650. He hasn't done that yet, though. And he hasn't opened it. And I'm going to show you right now what he needs to open that. He needs to go below 667.33, I think. Just because you come down to these levels on back tests, people will freak out, like buyers. Like bulls will freak out. They'll say, oh my God, my hair is on fire. Everything's going to burn or whatever. It evokes emotions also from bears. They'll be like, oh my God, we're going to crash. Going down the depths of hell. But in fact, this is where you buy. Right here. This is actually where you sell too. If we broke down here, if this was still the case, you would actually be a seller right here in the inverse. And the same thing where we are, you'd be a buyer in the up. But there's some more information we're not seeing, or I haven't shown you yet. So this here is just like pain for late buyers, that kind of shit. So we're going to go look over here. And what I really want to see here is what? I really want to see where were the buyers. So I want you to look at this really quick. So these buyers made all kinds of money here. They got sent down to the depths of hell over here, and they bought it back up again. They smashed here, right? Old man Marco tried to set him down, but we already knew that Marco was too weak. Same group of buyers came up, and they smashed us up, made a bunch of money, right? So where would you think those buyers would be now? So we got the October buyers make a bunch of money. We close out October 31st, and I go on vacation, right? Woo! Have a great weekend. I'm out of here. Take my money and run. And I'm going to come back in the month of November, and I'm going to be looking for a trade up into the end of the year. So if I'm looking for a trade up into the end of the year, I know there's a window for it, right? Like for beginning of November, middle of November, maybe even November OpEx. Or we might crash into the end of the year, right? So I got to look and see where's the danger zone for these buyers. Like, where do these buyers capitulate? You can already see it, right? It's right in here, right? See it right there. There's 667.88. But it's not quite there. It's in this candle right here, these wicks. No one ever fucking looks at these things right here. No one ever remembers wicks. They only remember the bodies of candles. They never ever remember that stuff. And the wick is where you're seeing the demand. So you don't want to take out all of that demand that was once there for this big trade right here, right? So I'm going to snap a line right here. I'm going to make this one white. Now this white line right here is very important. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going down to trade the 50s. Down here, you can do two things here. You can open the door to trade it or open the door and trade it. So you could literally take price in November right now. Listen to me closely here. This is the very key part. You could take price all the way down here. Right? And you could push this to like right here. You could even push it to right here. And if we go back up, we're going to all-time highs. Now, let's say we break through this briefly. Whoop. So that would tell me immediately I have to go risk-off behavior. Doesn't mean I'm buying puts yet or we're going to crash. Just means I'm not going to trust the buyer right there anymore. So the buyer would need to prove to me that that was just, a momentary lapse of, and they can recover this. If they made the new high and started to recover and the hourly trigger was coming under and validate that, I would once again become a buyer for all-time highs. But this would give me caution in here. And it would also make me feel very risk-offish until the condition improved. But if we came down here, and let's say we tick striked all the way down to 667.88 or whatever it is, 667.20, I would still be very confident that we're going to all-time highs. Extremely confident. And especially if we began to recover. I would say to you, the Bears would be like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I'm like, oh, fine, that shit ain't happening. We're going right direct to 700. We're going to rip their fucking faces off. So I'm going to pay close attention to this one right here. And the last known place of buyers was here. You can see they came in here and they pushed. So this is a very important area for this month of November. And even if we broke through this stuff here, like, oh my God, it's a nightmare, it's horrible. You still need to position for the down leg, which is more than likely like right here. So even with the break there, you still need to like lay off the markets and then you need to jump back in again. And you would see that daily trigger swing lower. And you'd be Johnny in the spot trying to sell the market. But we're not there right now, so it doesn't really fucking matter. You have not beaten these buyers yet. You have not beaten the people that got us here. So until we do that, it's everybody's masturbating right now. And like the buyers up here are FOMOers. They're always late. They're the supply for everybody. Same thing with young Jim Bros on put side. So let's look at this again more closely here. So I'm on the daily here, right? I'm really interested right now in this level down here, but I don't really trade this at all. I'm trading cash market, New York, right? I'm trading cash market, New York, the morning session, the afternoon session. I'm trading Asia, London, and then New York, right? Asia, London, New York. And they have 4-hour candles built into them, don't they? And within those 4-hour candles, there's price action that takes place. And within that 4-hour candle, candles, let's say it's a 4-hour, there's a bunch of like 1-hour candles in here, right? Maybe we go up. Another one up here. I think you get what I'm saying, right? So the 4-hour really matters to me for making money, doesn't it? So let's look at it right now. This is a 4-hour candle right here. And you can see they're pounding us, right? And I want you to see this right here. So here's the 4-hour sell right here. This is 680.62. And you heard me earlier say I want to see a squeeze up here to smash through this weekly to get down here. You heard me say it, right? 678, 680. And it gave you like a number or whatever. So let's just put this one up right now. We'll make this one red. Okay? Put this one right here. Make that a 4. And that's really what matters here. What really matters on the downside is right here. So where is Captain Jim James used call lot? It's down here. I want to maximize my money. CJJ used call lot. Now we don't have to come down here. There's no need for us to come down here. None. Especially on like other months if we're in like seasonally bullish, or we've had like some recovery and we're just starting to recover. I'm never always looking for this full move down, but we had such a great fucking October. I'm like, coming in November, we got like a couple weeks of weirdness here. Normally the algo melt up trade doesn't start till like mid-November. And it was such a good October, and people are trying to sell this. The other argument is we're going to sell it down into end of year. Top is in. I'm like, I'll give it a little more time, and not only that, I'll give these sellers a chance to make that point, and also people to take profit. You got to remember that we're taking profit here. We took this trade together up. That's the trade we took together, you and I, in the stream. So you've got like FOMOers that want to go to $700 right now. And you got me. Where do I want to restart the trade? So right now for November, it's probably here. I'd like to buy this shit down here if I can. Or I'd buy it right here. Or I'd even buy it right here if it started turning up, making new highs. So I kind of have 3 places that I'm interested in buying. First one is right here. You can see buyers actually stepped in here. Didn't work, but they tried. And you see there's buyers down here. They're trying to buy that shit to go up too. And there's one more layer right here. And they're trying to buy it to go up. And until these buyers fucking are weaker than these sellers, I got to give them their time to take that shot to buy, right? So we're in a 4-hour candle heading into the close right now. What I think happens, or what I not think, but what I'd like to see happen was what? I already drew this for you earlier this week, right? I draw that one in right there. And you make it, I'll draw it thicker so you can, because you can't see it now, the price action's there, but there's a dotted arrow. This would be the failure here. That would be the dotted arrow right there. And there's another one right here. That would be right about there. Right about there. Now, you're also going to draw in arrows of buyers. These are solid lines. Because we're in buy the dip. We're not in sell the rip yet. And you would draw this one in right here. And then you would draw one more in right here because you know these fucks are strong. We're in buy the dip. We're not under the daily trigger. Buyers are still in control right now. You think sellers are in control, but they're not. Buyers are in control. So you're sending this one to a new, well, here, of course. Snap it down, then back up again, but ultimately be $700 or close to it, 698. So look at this again with me. If you're in by the dip, you can add SPY right here for this trade to 700. You can add again right here for the trade to 700 and even right here to 700. Make sense? So let's say in a larger time frame, we go down here to use call lot and we break below this. Can I make that go down there? So they break us below. Whammo. So I'd be like, oh, I'm going to change my outlook right now. And now I'm thinking, maybe the sellers are stronger. So I would change my outlook to up and failure and down here. That make sense? Where would I buy those puts? Up here, right? I would then make this dotted. So I would switch and make this dotted, and I would make this solid. See the solids going up, now the solids going down. So for right now, though, it's not like that, is it? So for right now, unless something changes, go all the way down there. And we would go up 700. Up there. That's not open to you. Not yet, it isn't. And you got something else that's fucked up here, too. That's your weekly trigger. Your weekly is racing higher right now. See your weekly coming up? So this isn't even closed yet. Or we're not on that trade yet. But even if we were on that trade eventually, you have another wave of buyer momentum over here. You have even greedier bulls. Those bulls started right here. That was me. Those fucking bulls are now like somewhere in here. I'm trying to take the mean here, the middle. Get it? So there's the middle. And there's the real buyers like, well, fuck you, we're going up here. It takes a lot for us to go into risk off. Let me show you what risk off looks like. It's like risk off looks like we blast through here to these real buyers right here, like me. This comes up. We actually blast through them. We start rolling. Daily trigger comes over and we go risk off. You want to know what risk off looks like? Especially if the daily trigger is crossing. And you're still, again, given more time before that actually happens. There's like a lot of work that needs to take place in here for this to happen. I'll show you the last time it happened. Over here. A lot of work, right? Down, up, down, daily trigger coming down. This is the real risk off was right here. That's where you go. Now, sometimes these turn into market crashes. Sometimes they turn into bear markets, that kind of stuff. But you're always given an exit. And sometimes you notice how the daily trigger doesn't cross, and sometimes it does. You would also need to see the daily trigger cross over here. So you could literally see price. You could be buying a dip, buying a dip, buying a dip. You could actually see price go violence and no daily trigger cross. And you would expect it to whiplash straight back up again. Like literally whiplash back up here again. This thing predict for you. You could also have, these aren't AMAs. These things actually validate. They validate if we're going to do these things. But if it was risk off, you would see the daily trigger literally crossing with price. If you saw like price crashing or something, you would actually see it follow. But if not, you would see price come down and you would see this stay up. So it would even tell you not to panic. You're like, just give it a minute, bro. It's going to go right back up. I'm like, no, it isn't. You're like, oh, yeah, see, watch, it's right back up again. At any rate. So right there. That's your expectation still. You might be like, oh, my God, Cap, your head got us going back up to the 680, 678. You keep talking about it. And I do. There might be some pain down here. When I said to you, I think 672, 673. I was like, yeah, I should like 673, 672, somewhere in there. And it should still move violently up here. Does that make sense? It should still squeeze up there. You've got a date with the old, dirty bastards. They're right here. The old guys, smart sellers. This is the old Jim Bro. Does that make sense? This is your young Jim Bro down here. He's getting all fucked up. Well, not fucked up, but he's your young Jim Bro is hoping for your old Jim or your young Jim Bro is hoping for this. You know, just like straight down. That's what your young Jim Bro is hoping for. But if you look back on young Jim Bros, they hope that all the time. Like they think that this happens all the time, but it doesn't. It's very infrequently that it happens. And they'll call for it. Like young Jim Bros will call for that to happen here, 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 here. And they're wrong so frequently that they never get rich. So the chances of it happening is not on their side. There are times where it is on their side. If we were at like, let's say if today was like OpEx or today was Vixpiration or the window for the Bears. Let's say today was like, today was Friday or today was next Friday or today was OpEx or Vixpiration. I would say, oh, you know, that young Jim Bro might be right. You know, we have a fair chance of slamming down there. This is their only chance to get that price that they need. But they got time. So we have what? We've got OpEx on the 21st. There's 1600. We've got November 19th. And I always like the day before. I don't actually like Vixpiration Day. I like the Vix Eve. That's Monday. No, Tuesday. So here it is right here. So even if I drew this, I would draw it like this. Somewhere over there. And I would give them more time to do this. Now, there are some bulls over here that are like, no, Cap, we're not going to do that. So what we're going to do, Cap, is we're going to do this right now. Cap, you can have your CJJ up here. I think there's my 700 or whatever up there. Believe it or not. Now let's look at this here. Let's say they smash through here. And they break here and I go, oh shit. And they're like, hey Cap, you're gonna buy the dip. And I'm like, no. And they go, why? You said we're buying the dip there. I'm like, well, we broke through 677.88. Right? We violated 667.20. And you said to me, what are you thinking, Cap? And I'd say, well, I think that if we can reject this, we're going to buy some puts for 650 into OpEx or month end. Take some time. We'll get down there and hit that one. We're not there yet, so there's no like point in even talking about this trade. There's no trade there right now. The only trade you need to worry about right now is this one. And this one right here. Because I want to buy end of the year. So what am I looking for here? If you can't break trend, buy when? We got this Friday. And we got next Friday. Right here. And I want you to think about this. Like, I want you to think about this. So for your traditional traders, I want you to think about it like this. If you cannot break trend by the time that you come into where the market is free to move, expiration, OPEX, you're still in trend in those time periods, and you haven't broken the stranglehold of the market, you will trigger positive flows, and you'll trigger like, oh, it's the end of the year. The algos are going to kick in. We're going to melt up. And these things will get violent to the upside. Now, when I'm on your own, I'm not going to do this for you, but on your own, I want you to go back in time and I want you to look at quarterly OPEXs, monthly OPEXs, expirations, month ends, and I want you to see where price is. If you're breaking a major trend into one of those, if you go back and just mark these zones here, you can actually see before we get to an OPEX cycle or end of OPEX cycle of expiration and month end or whatever, you can actually see us begin breaking trend before we ever get there. And that forewarns you that we're about to shift a major trend reversal to the downside. We're out of here. Anyways, doesn't matter right now. The only thing that matters is the trade is higher from here. We're not in any rush to get down here. Like 667.88, we're not in any rush. Now there is a little, not a quite rush, but you want to think about this week. Today's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. 1600. We're going to start with that one right there. And actually, we can go a little bit lower with this if we wanted to. As the hourly trigger and the half-hour triggers right here. Because we're on sell side within buying dips, this can easily go like this to the downside. So we're going to look at it like this. We're going to go to a 1 minute basis here. And I want you to look at it now like this. You've got this right here into Friday, right? And you can start looking at like the old guys here. This is a 4 hour right here, but let's look at the rest of the week here. We've got this is Tuesday close, right? 1600. And you've got this old guy up here. Because we're trying to like get us lower and lower and lower, whatever, we're gonna make this lower here. It's smart, it's a little bit obscene. What does, like, how high can we squeeze here if we wanted to squeeze? 4 hour, right? We can go all the way up here. We can go all the way up here and still the seller is alive. If you see a squeeze that goes all the way up here, seller is wrong and dead. And the real buyers have come into the market. They will backtest this. And we will start to exit to the upside and enter the end of year trade. But right now, though, buyers haven't done that, have they? And there's some time until Friday, isn't there? So here's Friday, I think. Go back to an hour. So I'm already planning out the whole week, right? Because an hourly basis, right? This is Wednesday. Here's Thursday close. Or excuse me, Wednesday. You ever notice you get big moves on Wednesday too? Like Wednesday's a big trend day, right? What the fuck Wednesday or whatever. You can actually move this up here. And you can move that down into Thursday, right? Thursday 1600. Right? Here is use call out, right? Right down there. So you can kind of start to time the market, can't you? Right? Now, you're like, hey, Cap, you said we might go down up here, zigzag down here, hit the 72, 73. Maybe we start stalling over here to get down here. Right? Your half hour comes down, your hour comes down. Like, hey, Cap, you said we're going all the way up here. Well, we can, we might not. You use your trading rules to show if you're going to or not, right? which is what we do here, right? Did we get the new low? Do we get the new high? Are we rejecting? Are the buyers weak here? The path is still lower over here. It's just a matter of how do we get there. Make sense? And you can actually see right here now you've got this group right here. This is red. This is a 1 hour right here. Put that 4 up there. Put a 1 right here. It's just intraday trading. That back over there. And you got another one right here. You see this? This is pretty bearish. Right there. There's one right there. That's yellow, though. This is one right here. Here's your old Jim Bros. These are where they begin to go short. Go down here. Currently sitting right there. This is your young Jim Bro right here. And this guy thinks we're crashing right now. This guy wants this today on Tuesday. And I'm like, yeah, maybe, maybe not. I think that this personally, I think if we got this into like tomorrow, like this close today, this is more bullish than you think. I think it's way more bearish if this takes time and you're like closing on a weekend underneath the daily trigger. Personally. I would not like to see this hold like today or like Tuesday. Turnaround Tuesday, you've heard of, right? You guys remember Turnaround Tuesday? Monday and Tuesday are red, and then all of a sudden it's whipsaw. What the fuck Wednesday? And then the week closes retesting all-time highs. So I like the staircase better. I like the like doom into what? I like the doom into weekly OpExes. There's 2 of them. You got this week, and you got next week. And then I like the weakness into expiration OpEx. And that's where you can get some real severe downside moves. So the weaker that you make it to over 2 or 3 weeks, the more down ability you have. You have the more ability for more down. If it's just like 1 week of down and we're down or capitulate and all of a sudden it gets bought back up, it's your first week. I'm not bearish at all. I'm actually extremely bullish. Anyways, so that's kind of your plan right now. You guys want that for later? You want to look at this? You're watching the show right now? Want to see it? And don't forget that's your weekly. You ain't giving that up that easy. Hold on. We don't always get down to my used call lot, but we don't always hit that one. I like hitting that one personally, but normally this is bottom. Normally this is legitimately bottom right here. You may not know that, but October was such a fucking strong month. I'm like, yeah, let's rein it in a little bit. If this was any other month in bullish seasonality, I would tell you that was the bottom for the next month or so. Like that tick right there. That was your bottom. We ain't never coming back. You'll never see that again. I think you have a chance of seeing lower right now, though. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see more pain. I want to see more like puts and shit. I want more doom. I want more doom, want better price action. But we'll take whatever comes our way. It's 3:07 right now. There's an hour left inside the day. There might be a little bit more down here into the close. We have opened a door lower to 72. Can't see it on this chart that I just drew for you, but I think it's right about here. I think it's 72 or it's 72, 73. 72.63, I think, right here. There is potential for that move right there. I remember that the old Jim Bros are currently right here. I'll just bring these over so you can see them where they are right now. That's where they are. The old Jim Bro is coming down. He's sitting right here. This is young Jim Bro right here. And I'm still long calls into the close. I haven't even looked at them. I don't even want to look at them right now. I'm kind of upset about this. No. We're not down because of politics. The market does not move on news or data. Well, it can alter. So what can happen is this, you can alter sentiments for how people place trades, and especially at key rolling points that can alter the market. But no, bad and good data comes in every day, and the wire just picks up on whatever they can spin data any way they want. That's why we have like good news is good news and bad news is good news, or bad news is bad news and bad news is good news, however you want to say that. It's all a scam. It's all bullshit. The whole fucking thing is bullshit. Yeah, that's why other people say if you tell me the news, or if you tell me the price, I'll tell you what the news is. It means nothing. Literally mean it can have effects down the road, but it has zero effect on why we have this price action. In my view, it doesn't. It has no impact. It's a matter of accumulation and distribution, and most people out there are the supply for that. Like most market participants are the supply for that. For a very small number of people that know where the market is and where it can go or what it needs to do to go elsewhere. The market is very predictable, generally speaking. It's fairly predictable. There are moments where you're like, we can if we like break through this one little penny or something, it opens the door to do this or opens the door to do that or whatever. But generally speaking, no, the market's very predictable. There are moments within this predictability that there's freedom to move too. There is some unpredictability within that, but it's still constrained. It's very similar to like a bearish seagull that's put in the market. The market is reined in by the banks intentionally. You can't have a free market. It would be like fucking Zimbabwe. You'd have like JPM trying to sell a product to a client and say, hey, Bob, 3 months out of the year, I made you 1,000%, but the other fucking 9 months, it was pretty fucking bad. But don't worry, bro. I made you your 20%. Whew, skin of my teeth. So, like, the banks also, like banks, funds, family funds, they want some predictability. And I realize that they'll nail you with fees and yet not ever pay you. But there is some, there's like a collars on the market. Not only that, there are like banks that will come in and funds that will come in and they will actually collar the market too on smaller time frames. They'll like throw a collar on to ensure that something doesn't happen. You got to remember too that a shit ton of 7,000 calls were sold to suckers. They just don't want them to print right now. So as long as those 7,000 calls for a call seller, they don't give a fuck where we go as long as they don't print 7,000. So, and this is a time period where, you know, you can run like these stories. You can like run doom. It gives opportunity for companies to say bad things. It gives opportunity for like politicians. If I was working for, let's say, Donald Trump, I could, within fair good reason, tell him the best times to drop shitty news on you. Generally, I think I can. I think I'd do a really good job at it. And I bet you he's got someone in his employ. I would bet that every president or every CEO has someone that says to them, all right, you want to clean out the closet? Now's the time. And so you clean out the closet. If I said to a CEO behind a closed door, you want to get that extra little bump on your publicly traded stock? Now's the time to release this good information. Or if I said to a CEO, hey, man, look, your stock is crashing down to some very major support right now. You should drop that good news you've been holding on to. And I think that they do that. I think that if I was a CEO of a publicly traded company, a Fortune 500 company, I would have people in my employ that knew the right times to do these things. Or if I was a savvy politician and I could move the market, the right times to do certain things. You know what's really fucked up about this stuff is like if you go to like a war or any major thing that happens, you can you'll notice that they like start and end and within like seasonality and quarterly OPEXs and shit. Like invasions will start like right on a quarterly OPEX. Like, and so when I see that shit, I'm like, oh my fucking God, like that was planned. COVID, the closure for COVID happened. We were ready for a crash. We were everything was there and we were on an OPEX. So no, there are truly unknowns that happen. God forbid, I'm gonna, you know, like, God forbid, seriously, like 9/11, it would be an example. There are things that hit the market that are unknown by everybody. It's like JPM, GS have offices in every potentially volatile place. You might not believe or know that, but they do. They'll keep a man or two or a woman or two in Ukraine or Russia or in Venezuela. I would guarantee you right now that the banks have offices or people, you know, like a guy, you know, like I got a degree in finance from Princeton. You can trust me. And I'm going to contact GS and say, I've got a connection in Venezuela. I can put up an office right now. And I'll be your man there. And I've got a bunch of connections in the government. They're like a civilian arm of the CIA or, you know, people like that. And so the banks know pretty much what the government knows, or that kind of level. So whenever something hits the tape that is truly unknown or they did not want you to know, right? You'll sometimes see price action go haywire. If it's truly unknown or they didn't want you to know it, what they'll do is they'll bring price back if they were not already positioned for that news to be known. I'll give you two different examples. Like COVID would be something that nobody knew theoretically. But let's say a few years ago, I watched TikTok originally when they said, or not they, but CNBC was not supposed to say that it was up for sale, I think, by Microsoft. And a reporter thought it was already leaked. So a reporter was blabbing their fucking mouth off on CNBC one day, and Microsoft went vertical. Now, that was news that the banks were not positioned for, and CNBC knew. So that price went vertical, and it immediately turned right back around again within about an hour or so. So there's like news they don't want you to know until they want you to know it. There's pricing in of news. There's also truly unknown stuff. We don't have a lot of that as much as we used to. But even in those cases, there is insurance for funds and banks to cover any of those losses if and when, God fucking forbid, some shit like that happened. Something even more major than that. More terrible. So it's still their market. Like they still win. They don't, it's not your playground nor mine. You just have to figure out how they operate within it. And when you find out how they operate within it, you can try to be with them. And you can't always know like the exact, so you have to have like rules to see when, well, like, oh, this got violated, or this happened, or whatever. That opens up this new trade, and then you follow them into that trade. You do the best that you can as a retailer. Remember, you don't own the bank. You're not in the C-suite with these guys. You're not in the Oval Office. So you're trying to find a way to know how they're leaking what they're doing. You're trying to put a cup to the wall and say, this is what I think is going to happen because of what I just heard. You know what I'm saying? The virus was timed perfectly. Yes, it was. Absolutely. Doesn't mean the virus wasn't real. Just means that it mattered. Like it mattered to sentiment. It mattered to we're going to shut down, and we were able to crash in that moment. I just found it odd that we were ready to crash then, anyways. That's the one thing that rubbed me the wrong fucking way. We were ready to crash in a big way. We had topped out already on all velocity in every frame. We were just waiting for the one thing to do it. It could have been anything. They could make up whatever the fuck they wanted to make up. It just so happened that COVID was available at that moment. So I don't think it was contrived, but I think that there would have been something else used. If COVID wasn't there, it would have been something else. So I don't think you can associate the two of those things, causation and with that event. I think it just happened to be something that was terrible going on at that moment. And if we were at a bottom, I would have assumed we would have went up into COVID immediately. There would have been any crash. And you would have heard some stupid shit like, we're going to fight this together and market go vertical. And we just happened to be ready to roll anyways. Wait a minute, I gotta try to get the fuck out here. Okay, couple things. I gotta go over some stocks, right? Sorry about this. Stocks I'm gonna review into the close. I know these. I think Hood was one of them. We're gonna look at Hood right now. Bottom right hand side here. We're gonna do Hood. Okay. Beyond, baby. There's my Beyond. It's turning up. We're gonna do Hood, and we're gonna do 1 hour. We're gonna let's look at Hood really quick. This is HOOD. Now, something else in here. Can you close the shades for me, please? I appreciate it. No? Okay. Got a rocking headphones on or something like that. All right, I guess it. So let's look at Hood really quick for the ER. Now, we got to talk about some stuff here. Even though I just went over all of this with you, there are things called binary events. Binary events, this does not work on. Binary events are typically used for leverage to come in and have something happen that's unexpected. It's not every time, but some of these events would include like a data drop, a major data drop, like non-farm payroll or an earnings or a white paper being dropped from a medical company, those kinds of things. And oftentimes things are pre-priced into those binary events. So when I look at earnings, usually I look at them two different ways. Earnings in particular, I think they're already priced in. The moves have already been made into that event. So if I give a prediction of this stuff, I'm like, I don't put too much weight into those things. What I do put weight into is places to buy or sell after said binary event. So I put more weight into that rather than my expectation, especially in an ER here. So here's Hood. We're going to look at this in a higher frame, just like I did with Spoos, okay? We'll actually do this one more in depth. And let's just look at a monthly basis here. That's a little fucking ridiculous, isn't it? You've got a bunch of party time up here. You got some downtime right here. They did the halfback trade, and they made a bunch more money right here. So if those buyers are going to step back in, where would that be? Where are those buyers? They were right here before, right? So we're going to look at the weekly. And we're going to find out where those buyers are again. And we're coming into their ER at the close today. And I want you to see here that they made a bunch of money here, right? And then you have the earnings trade right here. Now, the earnings trade's already taken place for Hood. Do you understand that? Like, it's already taken place. So Hood longs are partying, moving up into their ER, right? They did it again right here. And they exited before the risk of the binary event. So where are these guys at? We know they're probably down here. And we know they're right here. And I know that there are FOMO buyers long here. I can tell you right now there are. There's tons of them. Everyone wants Hood to go to the moon. These buyers, they're the worst buyers in the world. And there are hedge funds that know that too. And there are hedge funds that know where the real buyers are. They're down here. $109, that's where they are. There's also a place you cannot break right here. That's right here. If you break this, you're going to see that number. Okay? You break $134.61. You're going to see price to 109.96. And there are people out there that know that. So you got this right here. And we work on a what? Work on a 4-hour basis. So this little white line right here is daily closes below 134.61. Bad news down there. That's all we need to know. Start closing the day below 134.61. It's going down the depths of hell. We're going to go to a 4-hour, though, where the traders are. And the traders are right about here. Let's see what we see here. On a 4-hour basis, where are they? They're sell side. That's where the sellers are, or that's where the trade is right now in Hood. They're on sell side. And that looks right. They're right here. You can see that the buyers already came in twice. They ran this big bad up. This September, they ramped that one up, right? October 6th, right? Sold it down. This is OpEx. They bought it up again for the end of October. They sold it, and they sold it, and they want a better price. So where are these guys? On a weekly basis, they're down here. Where the fuck down here? They want to reset the entire trade. $109. That's my target, by the way, for Hood. But we've got the daily trigger coming up. We got to check Velo and see if there's anything hiding underneath, some momentum we can't see. So we're going to 30-minute basis right here. You got a little bit of accumulation on daily. Your weekly is kind of good, but kind of weak, and we're kind of in a binary event. So we're going to look at a daily time frame here. Your daily velocity it's good, but it's coming down. You see it? It's actually dropping right now. And I bet you your best trades are right about here. Your best trade somewhere in here. So if you can get it down here, you can probably get a sweet ass trade, right? Let's look what that trade looked like. Beautiful. So this fucking guy right here took that trade all the way up. This looks like distribution. And they want to buy again over here. They're looking for that dip down here. Now, how do we get there? I don't know if we can get there in a binary event, but if there was one, it would be this event. We have a double top here. Not necessarily bearish. These double tops can take a little while. The good news is that the good news here, I think, is that the trade is lower. If that's the case, there's a fair chance of a squeeze here and then sell down. So we're only on a 1 hour basis here. Just like this. I don't know if you can get that, but if I was a hood hedge fund, I would want to see price break down here and just pierce that. I want to see after the bell some kind of move down here to open the door. Doesn't mean we're going down there. Just means I want the door opened. And that'd be fine with a squeeze up here to sell. Here's Wednesday, 9 a.m. Now, what's fascinating about this is on hood, you want to watch this very close to this price action. Now, even though I have this down here, if you're a hood trader, I want you to remember a few key points, okay? You want to see if we trade 134.61. Mark that one at home. And I want you to also mark this one right here. 145.43. So this isn't in stone yet. But because the binary event, you know people want to see doom, right? If you see, because everyone's short, you can see everybody's fucking short here. So let's say we have hood after the bell and they moon. If you break above the 145.43, this will be gone. Then we'll just park and hang out in here until we're ready to go back up again. So the second thing, price I want you to pay attention to is 145.43. Key level for bulls for continuation to the upside on a back test. And you definitely do not want to break below 134.59, even if it's only for a minute after the bell. Because what they're trying to do is open the fucking door for this bigger trade. And that's the trade to 50s in SPY. Doesn't mean we go there, just you don't want to see it. So this is my expectation for hood. Now, if you want to know where I think how I look at all of these stocks, I really don't care how they perform in a binary event. All I do is I'll take a basket of them, take like all of them, and chart them for you, and I will usually set an alert. Now maybe this one doesn't come down here, but I am interested in buying this down here. So maybe it doesn't get here. Maybe I'm wrong. I really don't care. I just care that I have a basket of ones that if they come to where I want to buy them, I can buy them. I'm not interested in chasing an ER on any stock. That trade has been long gone. It's been done already a couple times. So my only interest here in an earnings season is what failed, and what can I look for. So we got $109, 115, right around 112.50. You can even do like 115 if you wanted. It's a big fat round number. You can do 115. And you just set a little alert here, and this will send you an email or a text message and say, hey, man, you want to start looking at this stock? So add an alert, crossing down, horizontal line, crossing down. And it's just a reminder for me to pay attention to this. So let's say I'm like, ooh, shiny rock over there. Ooh, yeah, shiny tree. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, shiny cloud. Oh, my God. This girl's got nice boobs. I can remember that if I don't watch this for a day or two and it pops back up my feed and I'm like, oh, why did I have this in my feed? Oh, yeah, it's because of these assholes over here. Make sense? Same gang of buyers. There is another one over here, which is this gang right here. If it's not so bad, we're going to recover early. See this gang right here? You see these guys? They bought this right in here. I'll put one more in there and I'll set another alert right here. Add an alert on the horizontal line, crossing down. And I'll just leave it there. I already know what to look for, but I'll leave that one down there. As they get a good report, we start like, let's say we're up here, we stall. And I'm like, oh, it was a good report. We start making our way back up. It hits my little number down here. I'm like, oh, we're not going to crash. We're not going to have we're going to have a nice bull run into the year. I'm going to leave Hood behind. I'll leave that down there for myself as well. So expectations into the close for Hood. Downstroke into 134.65. More than likely, we only trade 141.30 and then sell it. You could potentially trade as high as 146.56. So that's what I've got for Hood. Cool? Not cool? That's what I've got for Hood. What's the next one? Who asked me the first? Who's the first person? Jesus, you guys are asking me so many freaking. Who was asking me earlier? No, it wasn't Opland. It was it Visionary? Visionary, what the fuck were you asking for? Visionary asked for a ticker earlier. Are they what the fuck did Visionary want? I didn't forget. You're the first person who wrote something. Let me go look at what's happening today. No, I want today's reports. Hold on here. Let me go back to the main screen really quick. Yeah, we got AMD. We got Beyond. I'm long Beyond. We got Arista, Supermicro, SMCI. AMD looked kind of fucking wonky yesterday. Did we do ANET yesterday? Thank you. I'm looking right now. I don't know that we did ANET yesterday. All right, thank you. ASST. When do they report? I'm trying to get to these. Hold on. I need help. Like I need someone to help me. No, why? What do you mean you released Copilot? Fuck Copilot. Fuck AI, dude. AI cannot tell me shit. Fuck AI. Their earnings are not until November 13th. I'm gonna look. I want to do reports that are reporting today. I got a soft spot for Visionary 9747. ASST. Oh. You really want to talk about these guys? I don't want to talk about them. I need to know the news on them. Oh man, really? God, it's that weak-legged motherfucker, Vivek Ram. Oh man, he's got such small legs. Intel Vivek Ram. Yeah, Vivek's got like tiny legs. That guy misses leg day all day long. I can't do it. I'll talk about it privately. It looks like a good long. It looks like another shitco. Yeah, I'd buy it. I'd add it to the pile. I think it's fine. ASST, just own it. Just own it. I would prefer to buy like you ready? I'd prefer to buy 3376. He's not going to want to hear that. He's going to be pissed at me. He's going to be pretty mad. I want to buy 33.5. He's going to be mad. My options are worthless now. That sucks. Maybe I should add something else in here. Hold on. I'm going to add some more calls here. Hold on. Put a different strike. This time I'm not going to tell you. All right. So I just add some calls for today. Young Jim Bro's getting run over. Might choose. Oh, I gotta sell my fucking 79s. Hold on here. Try to make money back in here now. Okay, so ASST, other reports today that I have not reviewed yet. I think we did AMD. AMD is really fucky right now. It's very dangerous. I like a larger down move on them after they report. SMCI, they have the same bullshit setup. SMCI. They're trying to frontline run a move to like $40, downstroke to SMCI to 40, but they love selling SMCI on their earnings. Keep an eye on SMCI. Keep an eye on 43.10 and 32.50. There's still some hangers on in that trade too. I like SMCI, but they're trying to shake out FOMO holders there too. SMCI, yeah, dude, A-Lab. Fucking love, dude. We've been trading A-Lab since day one. Fucking love A-Lab. Fucking love this stock. My God, man. We started trading A-Lab from $30. Now trading 184, the high of 260. I'm kind of bearish here in A-Lab. Just a note to you out there. I'm bearish on A-Lab. Let me just check Mara really quick. I didn't look at that one yesterday. I kind of like Mara here. I'm very bullish on Mara into this close, but they have a tendency to sell or pop and drop, and then there's a big long after it. Keep an eye on Mara. Let me just see some of this stuff here. Mara's on sell right now, but it's likely going to have a monster upside move. I like Mara here. Even like for a risky trade, I like it. It's got some funky ass shit going on. Like it's got a sell on 17.16. I can see that they're trying to get a new low on this. See this here. So, like, what I would say would be like set an alert at like 12.60 on Mara. I think they're just trying to maybe even 8.82, but man, I like this stunk. Hold on, I gotta make some money here. These guys are even higher. These guys are up here. Hold on, I'm doing it right now in the background. Mara Holdings. I actually like their it looks like someone's trying to get a deal here, but like it could go like 16 to 18, then down to 14, but it's gonna moon. I like Mara. I actually like Mara's clothes the best so far that I can see. I like had one that I like, and even if it just owning it, I like Marathon, KGC. Just look at these. KGC Gold. I'm pretty fucking bearish on these guys. I'm bearish on that shit does not look good. It'd be interesting buying KGC, but not until it trades like $20. Its daily looks like dog shit right now. I'm bearish on KGC, bullish on Mara. UPST, I'll look at that one right now. Bearish on Upstart. I want to see them trade $14. Bearish on Upstart. I'm actually very bearish on Upstart. Not very. I see the turn on Upstart, but I can see the turn higher on Upstart, but let's do this closer again. Their weekly looks like pretty bad. Just see this here. I will say this: Upstart looks great on their daily velocity on a 30-minute basis. If you are long UPST and it rips, if you can't get up above $60, they're going to send it to the depths of hell on you. It's bullish on their close, but you can see that they want to dump this fucking thing like an excuse. Why do they want to dump Upstart so bad? Is it degenerate, maybe? Yeah, it's degenerate. It's got a low price in of $37. Someone wants to take that fucking thing down to like 14. Upstart's got a huge range here. Expected move is 15, 16%. 20% at the end of the quarter. Bull put spread is bear call spread. Don't gain shit there. Put spread. Damn, a put, man. Just a straight put on UPST pays bank. UPST is going to move. Let me just look closer at UPST really quick. Let me start at the top in this one, just see. Bullish on UPST. Sorry, I have to change my thought on this one. I had to look really closely here. I'm bullish on UPST. I can see, though, why... can see why people want it in the dumpster. They just want to buy it cheaper. So a few things here on UPST. There was massive buyers that came in April. I can see what they want. They want to trade like $27. Now someone's just looking for like cheap calls. I might have to buy. I've never. I mean, I've seen this one talked about, and I've started it before. So there's a lot of like sell pressure on UPST, and I don't think it's necessarily because of bearishness. I think it's just they want cheap shit. Think tighter. If you're not in UPST or UPST, hope that they sell. I'm gonna watch this one. I might buy it myself. Why is there so much supply up there? Who the fuck wants this thing in the dumpster? I mean, I realize it's a shitco, but something about these April 8th buyers. I'm fairly bullish on this stock into the close. They're trying to use this event to break the buyer. I wonder if it's a fund or something. I'm bullish on this stock into the close. I'm interested to see what happens here with UPST. So if UPST loses 44.65, you're almost guaranteed to trade like 24.58. But I'm fairly bullish here. Like I'll snap a line there, 24.98 or so. Call it $25. I'll just do 27.5. I'm gonna set an alert on UPST. I don't think it goes down here, but I'm gonna add the alert anyways. I would own the fuck out of this company. Crossing down once per button. There we go. Check these guys here. Is this because these are the original buyers, maybe? I mean, it looks like the original buyers want it lower. Like they want to like buy $25 or something. I got an alert at 27.50 to see if that's what's going to happen, but original buyers are back on May of 23, came back in on August of 24. Whoever these buyers were in April of this year, they're calling fake. I'm gonna do another $30, 27.50. Okay, I got 2 alerts on this one. Okay, it's there. Got my alerts. I'm fairly bullish here on Upstart though. Next one. 3 minutes left until the close. Axon and pins. Man, there's so many bag holders here. Like Axon looks like it wants to go down. Not bullish on this one personally. Their hourly looks really good for like a squeeze, but I don't like it overall. Why is that? 708 at a high of 880. I don't like that they were sold at 880. I'll say that. I never liked the sell on 880. Their weekly looks like shit. Axon, don't like them at all. They look like they want to trade like just by, I'm trying to be quick here, but 550, 575, somewhere in there. Why do they want to take these guys out? These guys have been selling down now for from August 5th. I don't know why Axon wants to go down, but I mean I can see it on a weekly basis. It's pretty fucking bearish here on a weekly basis. It's putting in also a monthly low on velocity, or a lower high. Someone's trying to sell this fucker into the depths of hell. Pins. So we check pins really quick for the close or the bell here. Man, pins hasn't gone anywhere either. I like pins here. Yeah, I like pins. I like pins in the short term. I don't like it in the long term. It's like sideways ticker right now, but I like pins on their close, on their ER. I don't know what it's trading right now, but I'm looking elsewhere. I look at Pinterest, man. This shit trades like a shit code too. I think that's all I've got for you guys on earnings. I want to see what AMD does after the bell here. Hold on. Let me turn on the voice thing. This is what I've got AMD on here. AMD, I've got them. AMD is weird. This is what I drew for you yesterday was a sell down here, squeeze up on their ER, and then a blast down to buy 231. You can see two on pins, not pins, on AMD. They're trying to close this gap down here. Like AMD is set up for a plunge to 173. But I'm not necessarily ready to give up on AMD, and I realize that it's advanced money destroyer. And we'll wait here to see what we get for reports before 4:15. Yeah, I just read about IBM cutting thousands of jobs in fourth quarter. We also have another reason to like Eli Lilly. DuPont's spin is going to plan. Another thing here for you. Listen to this closely here. Goldman, retail selling institutions buying right now. I agree. You buy here. You buy here in 673 or 667. Market's trading lower. I'm gonna post this for you in the Discord here. I'm with this buy here.
Canada's debt to GDP ratio rises 43.3%.
The market's trading closer or lower across the board without a clear catalyst. You know what it's for? It's to fucking hedge the market. And we all know we're going up. I mean, the down trade is not viable yet. Market trading lower across the board without a clear catalyst. Negative combo evaluation concerns. Bullshit. Cautious bank CEO commentary. Bullshit. Negative EPS reaction. Bullshit. Themes remain of beats not being rewarded in weak breadth. On the seasonality front, some questioning if November, historically
Canada
the strongest month of the year, will be
sees
tested.
2025-26 deficit of $78.3 billion versus $42.2 billion forecast in December.
I don't think that anybody
Canada
is
budget sees
scared of November. I think it's just
2026-27
best
deficit of
price.
$65.4 billion
And we're
versus
close. I mean, we
$31
traded a
billion in
low of
December.
674.
2027-28 deficit
is
of $63.5 billion versus $30.4 billion.
667 is
Canada budget proposes total investments of
Post-market, just
$280 billion
watching
over
AMD
5
here.
years in infrastructure,
still no
defense,
reaction yet
housing,
from
and
AMD.
measures to boost
I forget if
competitiveness.
they report later or something, but
Canada budget proposes making $60 billion in savings over 5 years. Canada budget sees federal debt to GDP ratio hitting 43.3% in 2027-28 and then barely changing through the 2029-30 fiscal year.
yeah, I'm not bearish here at all.
Canada budget
I'm
sees
like,
real GDP growth of
I'm just looking for best
1.1%
price
in
to get
2025
fucking long
versus
as fuck.
1.7% in December, 1.2% in 2026 versus 2.1%, 2% in 2027 versus 2.1, 1.9 in 2028 versus 2%.
I mean, what you just read there is what I'm saying, which is the buyers are here. Well, retail's selling; they're fearful. We need them to be more fearful. But I still think we have more down to go. I think like 667 is like the spot. Like what I drew out for you earlier is the place I want to see the pain down there. I want to see like a fucking slice down and then everybody panic. Like Panic at the Disco. We need fuel. We don't
Just
have
a
the
reminder,
fuel to go
at
up.
4:15.
What's Upstart doing right now?
4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we have AMD Q3 2025 earnings. Canada 10-year yield eases 1.5 basis points, 3.132% after the federal budget. Canadian dollar holds loss versus US dollar after budget announcement.
Yeah, I want that. I want that fucking plunge. If we plunge early, like if we plunged like this week on Friday down to 67, I think that's very bullish. If we staircase down into OPEX, that's dangerous, I think. Like the lower that we go into OPEX, like a slow grind down into OPEX, I think is very extremely dangerous for bulls. I think if you test the buyers like this Friday or some shit at 667, I think that's bullish as fuck. I think it would trigger those buyers to just start cranking the market. I am reading some stuff here saying that institutions are already beginning to accumulate. It makes sense that retailers are scared and they're freaking out. Let me check Gamma real quick. See if we're getting some put buying here. We need more put buying. It's improving a little bit, but not enough. We're getting some put buying now. We're getting a lot of OTM put buying. 65s are rounding out, 64s. 6,500 is a big, and I showed you that earlier, that dropped to 650 for OPEX. There's still a lot of call buying here for 7,000. I really want to see like short-term puts come into play. I also have a McGilligot paper I'll post for you guys later today. Yeah, I'm not reading some Gamma stuff right here. We need more down. We need to like freak people out. Even Gamma Labs agrees with. I just read a Gamma Labs newsletter. I'm with them on this. There's no real support here. We need like fear. We need to trade lower. We need a lot of fucking put buying down there,
Reminder in
and
5 minutes time, we have
no
US
equity
AP.
selling.
We have AMD
We're not getting
Q3
it.
2025
We don't need it,
earnings.
but it would be good to have. There's like a big. There's no gap to
Estimated
6,500.
EPS $1.16. Estimated
There just
revenue
isn't a bunch of puts
8.74
here.
billion.
There's no fear here. You check the. I already put it on the video for you guys. It's right here. You guys didn't snip this? Hold on. I'll give it to you right now. I thought I just did that. Didn't I just do? I think I just spent like an hour doing this. Hold on. I swear I just spent an hour doing this. Maybe I'm wrong here. Hold on. I'll do it right now for you, brother. I gotcha. This has been like, we've been on this trade now for a week. Nothing's changed. Hold on. The trade has been the same the entire time. We've been on this trade now for days. So let me post this for you. Let's get all that noise out of there. Get rid of that. Get rid of this because we're day trading with it. It's the same shit you're adding here. So, well, you can make this a little more less absurd, but you're still going to trade the this one first. So, So the only thing I want to tell you on that is that chart that I just posted for you, there's still people adding here, and there's institutions adding here. They're gonna add on here too. So it doesn't we could start taking off, right now. This can be bottom. Any under circumstance, I would say that's bottom right there. You could potentially get one more quick move down and then a recovery, but I can assure you that institutions are buying this. And this is I'm begging for this. This is me being greedy. You got to remember when I post this CJJ used call out, we hit this only 30% of the time, maybe. I'm giving it a little extra potential because of how good October was. And the October buyers, I'm assuming, are either here or they're somewhere down in here, 650 or whatever. I don't think we get this low though. This isn't even open. What sucks right now is that we need a bunch of fucking puts in here, and there aren't. So we kind of, in my view, I think we need to go down here, have them load the fuck up on puts, and close the door down here. And that's what gives us what we need to move higher. So it's not required. It's just SMCI adjusted EPS 35 cents. Estimate was 41. Net sales 5 billion. Estimate was 6 bill. Here is, sorry guys. Here's AMD. I've got AMD whipsawing all over the place right now. I've got them down now, 247. Now whipsawing up. Okay, we got to talk about something here. I want you to understand something here. I'm going to write this here for AMD. I want you to think about something here. You've got, I think I've repeated this nonstop. It's been regurgitation at this point. I don't understand sometimes. I'm not mad. I'm going to write this out for you, okay, with just plain English. So you got to understand that November, okay? Early November. traditionally offers offers a nice opportunity to get long into year end. Okay, so I'm gonna write this right here for you. I want you to think about this for a minute here, okay? So you have the ability to get long for year end. Okay? Shit. You have ERs taking place, offering lows on some companies you would not have the opportunity to buy. So I want you to think about like Netflix. So I want you to just think about all the ERs, all the blue chips, all the TMT, Mag 7, I don't fucking know, you name it. All your favorite stocks out there, you're like, you got a trader that's like, I'm bullish on there. You got a trader on a stock going, you got a trader on a stock that's like up here. I'm like, bro, I'm bullish on ER, bro. And you're like, I'm right here, man. And that stock's been run up, right? And you have the opportunity to run up the end of the year, and all of a sudden your favorite stock goes like this. And we're all still talking about the market going up at the end of the year, and you got a 20% discount. You know, the market hasn't crashed at all, has it? Your stock's dumped 20%. So you should be viewing your earnings. I say this all the time, like, when you're on earnings day for your favorite stock, you're trying to find a place. Like you have ERs taking place, offering lows in some companies you would not have the opportunity to buy. So if you're like, well, you know, like they said, but they didn't like Shopify's ER. They beat everything. They don't like it. So like you listen to those guys. You don't listen to those fucking guys. They're like cutting it down like a daisy cutter for a year-end trade. See, like you're getting like a chance to get long. Who the fuck cares what squeezes on an ER? Like, who cares about that shit? You want your favorite stock to get cut like a daisy cutter to the depths of hell so you can long it, especially if the theses were going up. And then even so, like, there's no sell signal here for the market. There's no like crash signals here. There's no like, you're literally looking to get long in here. You pick your own poison for the end of the year, and along the way, your favorite stock gets hammered down to like fucking 20%. You know, like I like trading the indexes, but you want a party time with something that's not in trend anymore for like 5 minutes. You're being given a gift. So don't listen to the noise though when they're like, oh, they beat, but we don't think that they can do this in the future or that in the future. That's like a common thing that's said. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, that stock's back up 30%. And then you're buying the 30% run again. You're the supply again. So I think the discussion has to come back to Jesus moment, where you just are looking for your trade at an end of year here. Or some kind of a signal that we're done going down for that trade. And meanwhile, all these reports are coming in. You track the ones that get hammered. You know, and if the market starts rising and your stock that got hammered is going, your stock that got hammered, you keep track of those, and the market starts heading up for an end-of-year trade, you go back and look at those and say, oh, look at Netflix went down, 50%. So you're like, well, I'm going to trade some degenerate end-of-year calls on Netflix and SPY or Qs or whatever. You're being given a gift. They're literally They went shopping for you. I'm looking at SMCI right now, and it was at what, $50 or something? It's trading a low of $42 right now. It hasn't seen that low since September. And as a matter of fact, if I were to gander, it was the last time they had an earnings. And it was. They had an earnings back here in August 7th. It got buried into September 5th, and then it started ramping again. It went up. It went up 48%. So can you imagine being in like the August ER for SMCI? You know, you're like long in the ER for SMCI, they get hammered. And if you had just waited for the turn higher for that stock on its monthly, you'd make 48%. And then you sell into the next ER. You're laughing at the bank and you get somebody saying, it's awesome. I don't know. I try to use these like ERs for like, my thesis for going up. Unless something changes, like some lows and some new lows, we're going up. So keep track of the ones that get hammered. They're normally a gift into year end or a seasonally strong time or whatever. Yeah, I didn't like Axon. Axon, I was pretty bearish on, wasn't I? Now that stock, oh yeah, I don't like that stock at all. That fucking stock just got hammered. Now that is a bad one. I didn't like Axon at all. That fucker's down how far? Like this is an L right here. This one's down 20% right now. I do not like Axon. We can look at that one closer if you want, but I've got every reason in the world to hate this fucking one. This fucking thing should trade like 460, maybe more. I mean, it's trading right now 569, but I do not like Axon at all. Not a fan of it. My only fear here with AMD, I was looking at it yesterday, was I see what they're trying to do. It's the same usual AMD bullshit. It's like the same fucking setup every time. You know, this kind of nonsense over here. You know, down, up for earnings, back down, and then eventually you get your buy signal. So I'm looking for like 231. I'd even take 244, 231, somewhere in there, and start adding for an end of the year trade on them. You can see the setups, right? Like, give me the best price for the end of the year trade. You can see like, like Jagovs are like, we're gonna go up here and here, and by December we're gonna be up here, and stupid shit like that. But it's not how it works. It's at 242.79. I want 231.73. 231.73. I'll say it again. I want 231.73. It's right here. I want 231.73. Right there. Right there. Yeah, I'd be happy buying it right here, right where we are. I'd be happy buying it right here. I would absolutely be happy buying it right here. I would absolutely be happy buying it right here. Absolutely. Hold on a second here. I would absolutely. $245, $25. Stop fucking clowning. You have to like you gotta like, like I gotta tell you, like, so like a few days ago, right? Stop for a minute. You guys gotta slow down, like Roku. Roku. Just seriously, slow the fuck down for a minute. It's Roku. This doesn't show it. Hold on. Like I gotta be honest with you guys. I think a lot of you are looking for like some kind of magic bullet. So here's a good example. So here's like 5 minutes. So I was asked, I think it was like 5 minutes before the bell or something. I was asked a specific question. Do you like puts or do you like calls on Roku? I wasn't asked, do you want to own Roku? I was asked puts or calls. Puts or calls on Roku was the question. So I said, I like calls. Everyone said it's puts. I said, okay. That's fine. So I have what I like, right? Calls. Everyone else liked puts, right? Wasn't asked about price. Wasn't asked about where I want to own it. Wasn't asked about anything else. Just calls or puts. So what happened here? We closed here, right? And then, I don't know, fuck Captain Jim James, it was puts. And then, we come right here. And it was not puts, was it? It was calls. So if you like ask me a question like, do you like calls? Do you like puts? Do you like I don't know, anything. I'll actually tell you any spread you want. Like anything, a complicated, not complex. Do you like owning it? Do you like selling it? Where do you like to own it? Where do you like to sell it? Each question like that means something different. So listen closely here. This is important. If you're going to ask me why, maybe let's look at AMD. So let's get rid of this for a minute. Let's look at why would I like to own AMD at certain levels, like the stock. So before we know anything here, let's go back in time a little bit. Go back right here. Let's look at this stock. Where would I like to own it? So we just came out of October, right? So if I were to own the stock, why would I feel okay owning the stock up here? I don't, right? It's October. I don't want to own the top of October. I want to own the bottom of November, the candle of November. And my thesis is up, right? That's my thesis. Until something changes, my thesis is up. So let me just ask that question right away. Like if it's October 31st, and I'm coming in November 1, where would I like to own AMD? Well, I'd like to own it at $2 or $231 or $245. Had we not seen that price action, you would laugh me out of the room. You'd say, fuck you, bro. It's trading $265 and you want $245? And you'd laugh me out of the, not you personally, but you'd laugh me out of the room and go, and you're out of your fucking skull at $231, bro. And I would say to you, well, I'm coming in the new month. I want to catch low. October's really great. My thesis is up end of the year. I would take either of those to own into end of the year. And I'd feel happy with it. And you're seeing post-market price action slamming down into 245, 231, maybe I thought I saw. Like anything down in here. I'm okay with owning that anywhere in there. Right? So why, though? I don't want to own it at fucking 265 or 270, do I? 267. I want a little bit of a chance to make some money. I'll even take a lot more chance to make some money. And why am I giving those two numbers? Because this is where they were bought, right? You can kind of see that this is the halfback trade. You're going to get buyers there. This is where the buyers are. So if I can get a bloodbath, fuck yeah, I'll take that. Does that make sense? Like that's where I would like to own it. Now, let's say we lose the year. Let's say I buy this down here. We come into middle of November and we start to roll. I don't want to own it there anymore. I'd probably sell it. It's like, where would I want to own it next? Way down here. But I got to look for places where I would like to own that stock. You know what I mean? And I wanted you to ask you another question here. So we don't know anything that's going on here. We're going to get rid of the replay, right? So get rid of it. So this is replay. Start new. I was asked this question yesterday. Right? I was asked, where would you like to own AMD? And my answer was 245.25 and 231.23, right? So let me ask you the next question. If today on their report, they mooned, would the answer be or would you come back and say to me, I don't know, Cap's such a sucker. He wanted it down at 245 or 231. That was never happening. Look at, he lost out on $300. My response to that would be that I did not want to own it at 260 or at 267 for 300. Does that make any sense? I would let that trade go because it was not for me. It might be for somebody else. Like Bob might be like, I love 267. That shit's going to fucking $800. But at least for me, like what I need it to be is I want a discount of some kind without us following out of trend. So for me, at least, had this mooned, I mean, I would have missed out on that trade. It would have sucked. But if I apply the same concept to 100 different stocks, I'm not getting caught up at 267 or whatever the fuck it is. I'm like buying a bunch of this shit and I'm down here and all of a sudden it's, trading 231. So my cost basis is 267. I now own it at 231. And I'm, like going on fucking Wall Street bets telling everybody how it's going to 300 now. Or it's fucking, it gets up to, I tell you it's going to 300 the moment it gets back to my buy-in. I just get the fuck out. I made a mistake on that one. I didn't get my $300 on their ER, man. I told everyone I was going 300, but I just get the fuck out. I just wanted the fuck out of that trade. So my point here is that if you look at 100 stocks and you say I would feel comfortable owning it here or here, and out of that 100 stocks, let's say 30 of them go up and 70 of them do not, and that makes me a losing trader, right? But the 70 that don't hit where I would like to be, and I'm bullish on this next part of the year, and the market recovers and starts going up. If I ran that trade like this 10 times, and all I have to do is get the market direction correct, would I rather just expose myself to all of this? Like my money's all tied up. I'm now upside down. I'm now fighting to get back. I'm like lying to people like, hey man, it's going to $300, bro. I just went out at 267. I know that life. I've been there. I've been that trader. I've been there. I'm guilty of it. So it's more hindsight trading. You're using the law of averages in your favor. You're not falling in love with AMD or Tesla or Apple or NVDA or GME. I don't give a fuck what the name of the stock is. You just add them into a pile. You shouldn't care if you do stuff like this. You shouldn't care if some guy on Twitter goes, bro, you missed that, bro. It mooned. You want to be the guy that, like, when it gets hammered to the downside, you're able to pick that long up. And then when you get to that next DR, you're the guy that's like cranking and selling into the next sucker. It's not glorious or glamorous. You can see where my alerts are too, right? I got them right here. This was up from yesterday. 245.25. Feel perfectly fine owning it down there. And for me, that works for me. So how do you delete this stupid shit? For me, that works for me. I never want to be like upside down to where I'm getting fucking annihilated. But am I the only person that's been in that situation? Like the FOMO takes like, it's intoxicating. We're gonna moon. I just watch this fucking thing go up, and then I get annihilated, and then I'm in there for like weeks, months, years. I don't know. And I know where those buyers are going to be. They're right at those two places. And unless we lose the market, yeah, I think it's a great place to own that fucking stock. 245.25 and 231.73. I don't know. I'm not mad at you or anything like that. I'm just saying it because I think we have to reverse how we think about the stock market. I think a lot of what the stock market is meant to do is to train us to do the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. Then we get annihilated. I used to get annihilated with that shit, so I don't anymore. I feel good. Matter of fact, I don't know what else to say with that. Normally, the only time I get trapped these days is when I get a recommend. If I get recommended by somebody, I usually get trapped in a stock. Almost every time it's someone telling me, hey, this is going to happen, or this is going to happen. I'll buy that shit, but mostly be friendly. But for me, owning stuff that I pick, it's normally like depths of hell. I need like a bloodbath. And if I can't catch a bloodbath, I move on to the next one until it happens. And I don't give a fuck what the reason is, unless it's like fraud or some shit. Or maybe it's like a company that's never coming back because of, it's like old tech or some shit like that. Or they come out and tell you there's not going to be any growth. Like that, the normal stuff. Like a company that's like AMD. Fuck yeah, I want a bloodbath. Tesla want a bloodbath. Microsoft want a bloodbath. Netflix, Meta, NVDA, any of the ones that everybody likes, that there's lots of interest in, I want a bloodbath every fucking time on any binary event. For any reason, I want a bloodbath every single time. It's basically free fucking money. In my view, at least, it's free money to buy it. Do you guys understand that? It doesn't really matter. I'm not mad. I don't know why I try to. I'll just see you on the other side. Matter of fact, that'd be up $1 right now. All right, I gotta go. You guys take it easy. Have a great night. I'll see you in the morning. You guys will get this. It'll come over time.